Good morning, everyone. Based on today's DD, are you selling some GME CCs at open? Let's see what happens. I'll probably sell some today, regardless of what happens at open. Open's relatively calm so far. Sleep well? No, not really. Worse yet, I have like a bunch of shit I have to do today, so. I don't want to see how the volume plays out on SPY here, but I guess SPX is more important. All right. What's DNG? Hold on. They're in the daily, first of all. So you can always go look at that if I don't have them up on the screen yet. What's going on with BTU? Did they bail on the Australian project? What do you mean? Did BTU drop in price like a lot or something? I have no idea what you're talking about. The daily DD is pinned to the top. I'm looking at it. Barrier play. Everything's right there. It's just CSP. Why would you do T plus 35 from what? T plus 35 isn't a settlement period. Are you talking about from the 20th? It's T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3. Not just T35. I assume you're referring to the ETF FTDs. What's a docu long position? It's below my target, but I'm certain it's gonna be a better buy next year or sooner. I know it's really cheap right now, but it could be a lot cheaper still. I bought some already in the same close to the range it's currently trading in. You could probably be kind of patient with it. ceases merger talks with an Aussie company. Yeah, there was some rumors flying around that they were going to merge with like another Australian mining company. Um, but I guess that fell through. That has nothing to do with their project in Australia, or at least that's not their only project in Australia. You really need to research your stocks, AJ. If I got into CSP on Friday, can I sell those shares today without a GFV? Should be able to if they're settled. They'll, don't they usually warn you if you're gonna get one? What's your price target for BTU today? I don't have a price target for BTU today. I'm getting shorted. I think Dow's just dropping, right? Dow fell at open a little bit. Not even much. Yeah, not a ton, but fell a little bit at open. uh, is that not GME? How much OPEX we cleared during SLD? That'd be fun. Good morning, Gurg. SPX fill the gap and rip. We'll see. It's filled the gap. Mattress Mac is a perfect way to explain how hedge funds can win and lose at the same time. I don't know what you're talking about. What is research? Never mind. Big systematic shorting on Upstart. Is this what happens before covering? Generally speaking, the high volume shorting on it's a good indication. Uh, Liquidity's gonna hopefully dry up a little more after earnings. But it looks good. We want to see GME similarly shorted into OPEX as well. Yeah, BTU is doing pretty good today, up 8.7%. Yeah, I don't really have like a short-term price target for BTU. I have some longer term ones, but they're up at like $37 and $41. So, we're still a ways from there. Jimmy GN at 1701. How low do you think we can go? 1701? Maybe a little below that. Trade on option strat, 8,200 puts, March 23rd. Total spend 7 million pounds. Well, first of all, that's not a very big position on SPX. They're 8,200 puts. I don't I, I don't think it goes that high. Is that the quantity? Oh, it is. It does. It's because of the monthly expiration. Um, it could be an arbitrage play. It may just be shorting. Does have a delta of -1, right? So it directly shorts heavy delta weight shorts, or more likely, probably an arbitrage play. Although I'm not seeing any volume show up there yet. It could, it might be a little delayed. BBBY at a 52-week low. Cool. It could still go lower, yeah. Every downtick today will be a new 52-week low. Should be 3p. Oh, whoops. That's correct. I mean, I did say there were CSPs, so it's a typo, but yes, not 3Cs. Fubo is really sensitive to upside pressure. Has the put wall moved? We should be able to check that now. A little bit of it has. There was a fair number of puts for after earnings. Wait a second. Not much. Still a lot of negative gamma, like 354, 455, 556. Then gamma kind of flattens out until it hits 10, and then there's a bit more there. Most of that persists out through November 18th. So I wouldn't say it's moved a lot. What caused the sudden drop in GN for GME? Options expiration on Friday. A lot of people bought weeklies last week because they got all hyped up on Monday. No FTDs on GME, I take it. We're not getting anything yet. Volume's a little higher than usual, but that's about it. And most of it seems to be to the downside. The problem is you said you had an insane PT for BTU. I mean, I do. My price target's like double its current price. That is insane. Well, double the price I bought in at. It's moved up a fair chunk of that recently, but yeah, the stock's going up 100% is insane. Here in the real world. I double check your pricing and position. Okay. VIX rising, but my puts are up and my calls are down. Is VIX really rising? VIX seems fairly static. It moved up a little bit on the drop. Oh, that's interesting. Why did VIX move up at open? Oh, well, VIX is falling off now, so. Price correction from futures overnight. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned with this. Son of a bitch. Oh, this WeBull update is just the worst. Now I have to keep using auto. I haven't updated it yet. Is it super shitty? Should I wait? Fenway Sports Group have reportedly put Liverpool FC up for sale. Could you buy it for me, please, and I'll pay you back? Somewhere in the region of 3 billion should cover it. Absolutely fucking not. That sounds terrible. Fubo's FTDing? Maybe a little bit. Is anything else in IWM moving up? AMC and Bobby sure as fuck aren't. Phase, I think. I'm not actually sure if Phase is in IWM. It might be. Ooh, Vera moved up a tiny chunk this morning. 25%. I guess Rad's up a little bit. What about Macy's and Nordstrom's? Macy's is down. Nordstrom's is down. I guess it might be seeing a little bit. COD definitely got shorted. I mean, cool. This is just a sell-off. I wouldn't say it's necessarily shorting. I want to buy some more stuff on this. Wait. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't know if there's a board there. VIX spike. Yeah, the VIX is doing some weird shit. I'm not sure why it went up at market open with the SPX opening up, but bi-weeklies for what? I'm starting a new 52-week low, same like Bobby. Yeah. There's someone else already said it. There's a lot of shit that's a 52-week lows right now. SPX Gex update, yeah. I saw the flip was at 3807. That was the update. Gamma's pretty flat from our current price upwards, but we have some long side support below us. So if we get some more upside positioning today, we should slide right on up to that flip point. Is it rare for VN to be higher than GN and GME? Fairly, yeah. It's pretty uncommon. I'm trying to think if I've even seen it before this year. I know it happened once or twice last year, but on really high volatility days. Yeah, this crossover is pretty odd. Looks like it started Thursday. And then just continued into today. Usually Vega neutral acts as a very strong floor on GME. So with gamma neutral falling below Vega neutral, I'd focus more on Vega neutral as like the downside support. What will my Rev 35Cs be worth when it's revealed that Icon is buying Revlon? He can't buy Revlon. Well, he could, but Perelman would have to sell it to him. They had like some sort of thing with the bonds a while back. Him and Icon. Do you know why Webull would not want to support short selling and setting stops and options paper trading? It's super annoying. I think Webull just started doing like options paper trading not very long ago. So there's a distinct possibility that uh there's just no like that's not built in yet. I think their paper trading in general's kind of a newer project. I've never even used paper trading on Webull. I'd assume it'd be kind of shitty. Why is GME sad? I don't know. There's a lot of liquidity generation this morning, so I guess it was to the short side. It'd be very interesting if we see a lot of covering on like IJH today, and they're using XRT liquidity to cover IJH FTDs. XRT is kind of liquid right now after last week. But that would dry up their available liquidity really fast. What's up, Killer KO? 3770 is strong support, I guess. Let me take a look. I'll give you the support levels. This is right after open. Yeah, it looks like 3650 is the strongest one. 3670 is pretty weak earlier. Like Gamma's flat there. The hard thing to be cross will be 3800. But if we can make it past 3805 and Gamma flips, well, that'd be really good. Have you seen ETF FTD covering on GME where they shorted in the morning, but it got covered later on? I've seen that with lower amounts of ETF FTDs, like when the count's lower, and it not as much volatility is created. But this morning's count is relatively high. I mean, it's not the highest we've ever seen. It's not like 2 or 3 million, but it's still pretty decent. How much volume have we cleared so far? Almost 1 million. I mean, volume's elevated, but we're not seeing a lot of price action. So I'm wondering if they're just shorting before they cover it, or if we're not going to see it covered at all. I mean, they could always use dark pools, and we could see like I think on ETF FTD days before we've seen like a early dark pool dump that led to price improvement. So that may be what we see here. I'm just trying to be patient with it. They're pushing the entire basket down full throttle. Well, not Fubo. Jimmy down $10 since October 31st on no news. It doesn't need any news. Just short it. I'm sure they've made up some articles since then. Have you seen other times for ETF FTD covering on Jimmy? Okay, answer that. Market is fixin' for a vixen. mm. VIX is surprisingly stable right now. There's a little upside gap on it to fill. It's really not trading a lot, frankly. I should have sold Upstart 2 weeks ago. I mean, I told everyone, not even 2 weeks ago, but last week when like the final round of ETF FTDs were coming in on it. That was it for its ETF FTDs were done last week because bots was reg showed, so they cleared early. ACIW, well, yeah, I know. Yeah, the more I look at that company, and the more you talk about it, the less interested I am in it. You know, there's hundreds of other payment processors. Why didn't you warn me that GME ETF FTDs wasn't a good play? I did. With regards to GME, even with tax implications, why not use Gamma Max as a swing trade target? Sell price to re-enter at a lower price, considering bear market equals Gamma Max equals the relief rally target. I mean, you could if you want to. Are we just trying to ignore Fubo so it doesn't get shy? No, Fubo's grinding up. This is nice price action on it. Are these inverse FTDs on GME? No, this is just shorting, I think. Could be some sell-offs. A lot of calls closed on Friday. So it could be some market maker deleveraging. That might be true on a lot of things, actually. Exactly how low could Upstart go? Fuck, after earnings? Like maybe 15, 14? Check out Carvana. It's crashing right now. Kind of looks like just what's going on everywhere else. This is definitely MOASS. I don't think so. So this 10% yielding Upstart CSPs about Friday. We're definitely a trap. You bought CSPs on Friday? You mean you sold? What price did you sell them at? I mean, they're not a trap. Even if you get assigned, you know, you get shares, right? You're just buying shares at, strike minus premium. Are you getting more cat, or did the pullback from 223 to 225 from Pickles Picks happen way faster than you expected? No, it didn't happen faster than I expected. I just haven't bought any cat yet. I'm kind of gonna wait till at least the market starts to turn around before I re-enter. Although I really do like this price. I could even get 225s here. Hmm. You know what? Maybe I will. They get closer 225s? Do they have them for the 18th? Ooh. I'm gonna go fill on that. Um, okay, consolidation's breaking up. Jimmy's moving back up. Upstart's pulling back up a little bit. You gotta just so you guys know, there's no yield, 10% yield on CSPs that's gonna be safe from assignment, right? That's the reason the yield's so high. Do you still have faith in Rev? I don't need faith. I'm just simply not selling mine because it's not worth anything. So I don't need to believe in it or have hope. I mean, they're shopping buyers and their bankruptcy proceedings are accelerated by force. So hopefully in the next 3 months, something comes of that. If not, already lost the money. Is today the ETF FTD day? Yes. Got a loan offer in the mail from Upstart. Bullish? I mean, not necessarily bullish, but it's good to know they're using mailers for their advertising. $7 challenge update. Started last week. Currently have 91.66. Nice, man. Upstart cost base is around 22. I can already see myself having to hold for 2 years. Okay. Seems excessive. You could probably fairly aggressively sell CCs on it into earnings. IV is pretty elevated, isn't it? Yeah, IV on Upstart's fucking crazy right now. I don't think it would take a lot to get your cost basis down. Like with a 2250 cost basis, you can sell 2050s already for break even on assignment. Am I an animal because I enjoy gas station cappuccinos? No, because what you're calling a cappuccino is not. It's just a coffee flavored beverage. Y'all get any more than 150 BPS swings? Working on it? They're about 120. They're not that excessive, but they're 36XX. For what? Do you think Apple can see 142 by Wednesday? I'd be a little patient with it given its drop this morning at market open. Probably not by Wednesday. That seems a bit soon. But I guess if the market rallies up to the gamma flip point, I'd almost wait to be long anything until the market moves past the gamma flip point. Even if that like means the rising prices of like things make the play a little less attractive. Because you get a lot more stability in the market above that point, and we can see the VIX cool more. You saw aggressive CCs on Upstart this morning? No, not yet. But I am selling CCs on Upstart because I have far too many fucking shares. Selling any CCs on GME this week? Yeah, I will. You're looking to sell CCs on Fubo? No. No, Fubo CCs don't seem worth it to me right now. They cleared it last week, perhaps. Perhaps. I mean, we had a lot of volume last Monday, so it's not out of the question. At this rate, Upstart will be $5 before OPEX. Is there any relief in sight? I mean, if they short Upstart to $5 by OPEX, that seems bullish as fuck to me. Is Dole finally dropping? Ooh, VIX just slid pretty hard. Nope. Nope. Dole's fine. Doing what it does every day. SPY going down until CPI? I don't know about that. I think SPY might move up for a couple days. As we get closer to CPI, we're gonna run into that issue with like delta neutral positioning, where everyone starts getting straddles. So I think we'll be a little more channel locked into the later part of the week. But right now, I think there's still some room for SPX to move to the upside. Did you see the Fed's financial report on Friday? They acknowledged the lack of liquidity in treasuries. I saw that section of it because like 10 people DM'd it to me. But I didn't read the full report, no. Do you think without mega caps doing splits, we might have already had Volmageddon? It's possible. He did say we would be shorted this week. It did. I've sold calls and puts on Fubo at 350. I am the MM. Nice. SPX no volume till CPI day, you think? I mean, more volume on CPI day. Can you make the red candles go away? I cannot. Sorry, dork. Down 50% in 2 days trading is not what is happening everywhere else. No, I mean, Fubo's being very aggressively shorted. Remember, Fubo's ETF FTDs are done, right? So all of their ETF liquidity is restored. So Fubo is experiencing the shorter, from what I can tell, they're experiencing the additional short side of the cycle already. Whereas, GME still hasn't experienced the full extent of its potential downside into OPEX. But things are always, if we're really going to get an OPEX, things will always be at their absolute fucking worst before it starts. If you haven't been around for one before, it's generally preceded by a lot of crying in the Discord on here. Usually when GME falls somewhere below the $80 range, people get really, really upset when they have cost bases of 150. We're seeing the start of market de-risking. I don't know. I almost feel like we're starting to see it a bit in China, but it's hard to say because China has their banks going out and buying equities in order to stem the sell-offs. But we might be. What's the outlook for Upstart? I bought the stock at 24. I still think it's going to run for OPEX. GME short, cover FTDs at a lower price, back to shorting. Yeah, absolutely possible. Crab mentality. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
What is your opinion when a bear flag is no longer valid and when it becomes an ascending channel? For example, AMD on the daily. Hold on. That's still very much a bear flag. If it crosses its previous high, that would be an ascending channel. So on the daily, it would have to cross like $69, $70.25, really. It's kind of clinging to the underside of its long-term support. Don't think there's really a case for me to lower that. Well, I guess there's a support there. But yeah, you would want that ascending trend to continue beyond the previous high. Ooh, SPX moving up even more. To the pickle of Upsong for Fubo. It's at $3.49. Just curious, what's your opinion on when a bear flag is no longer valid and it becomes an ascending channel? Okay. If this is ETF FTD covering for GME, the expectations are low 10 to 15% pop before more shorting. No, like 5 to 8% is what I said last week. Total improvement for the ETF FTD periods average around 10 to 15%, but this one's much lower notionally. Like the number of ETF FTDs through this period compared to historic periods is very, very low. You know, generally we have multiple days of like a million plus FTDs. Usually like 2 million plus FTDs. And we usually have 3 days of those. This period we have like 500,000, 1.6 million, and 500,000. Or I think this is 600,000. So these are still very low. These almost zeroed out in like September and October. So the fact that we're seeing an increase is really good, but I would not expect this to be on par with, you know, like February or August. Even May's were higher. Fubo back on screen. I don't know what to replace with it. Fubo's not doing anything that's that interesting. It's just moving up to where the calls are at 350. This is a good sign. If we were gonna average down RevRQ, what price would you be looking at? Sub $1 right now. I don't even know what it's trading at currently. I'd want it really low because I'd only want to buy one more time. It's at 90 cents. My cost basis is like $6 ish, I think. So currently like 1/6 of my price. Maybe like the 80 cent range, maybe lower. I'm not really in a rush to buy more right now, but I'll probably average. I have a little bit of money to average it down at some point, like leftover. Veru's up 45% today. Can't find any news. They might have higher ETF FTDs. I think that other bio stock was up today too, Nerve. Sega's up a little bit today. Yeah, Nerve's up like 3% today. So maybe one of the bio ETFs that they're all in. Sava's up 3.5% today. So some of these are seeing, like, some of the bio stocks are seeing some improvement, or like the high volatility bio stocks that we watch are seeing some improvement. I don't see any news for Nerve either. Best way to have called that bounce on SPX, I mean, when it broke up from this channel here, and then retested and bounced off the EMA 30. I mean, there was a couple of points of confirmation. I guess you could have bought the bounce at the EMA 60 when it recovered to the upside. So on this candle right here. You could have started averaging in there, looking for a breakout here. And then on the breakout here, you could have bought more right here. It doesn't make a lot of sense to sell something for zero. Well, I know they're shopping for buyout offers, and I would expect most buyouts of Revlon to be above my current cost basis, so I'm I'm okay just waiting. Oh, this is the awesome Friday stream 5 times. Thanks, man. That's on selling 2750 GMECCs for this week. It's looking better and better by the minute. IV's kind of shitty on them. They're what, $40? Uh What's the gamma flip point? Well, you calculate it, and it's at for SPX, it's at 3807 right now, or it was this morning. Are you not a buyer of Tesla at these levels? No, I think Tesla's a shitty company. I was on Grick's hot tub stream this whole time, thinking I was on live. This is probably why I lose money in the market. Is it just ETF FTDs keeping DWAC above 20? Total piece of garbage. I don't know. Maybe? Looks like it had some crazy morning volatility. I don't know, it might be like a little FOMO with midterms. Oh, Fubo falling back down again. I do sell Fubo short strangles, but I don't care about them. I have them sold, like, I have them sold right now at $3 and $4, so they're just harvesting theta. $38.07. It's not mythical, and it's in the daily. Russia's Prigozhin admits interfering in U.S. elections. Putin ally and founder of the Wagner Group, Evgeny Prigozhin, admits interfering in U.S. elections. Huh. There's a YouTube advertisement under the chat for Fubo TV. Bullish. That's awesome. Let's see what's behind 3,800, please. Might take a while. This doesn't look particularly bullish on the breakdown here. Where the support would be, just on the 60. A longer term. Waiting on the CCs so we get a better price, right? I mean, you can sell your fucking CCs whenever you want, man. Are you holding the SPX 4100Cs till CPI data on Thursday? Probably not. That seems terrible. I'm kind of hoping we just see a little bit more upside today. I think I'm profitable on them at like 38.30. I should actually buy a couple more today. When are you targeting SPX 3200s for March? I'm getting worried I don't have a downside hedge, but I also want to buy it too early. We could drop at any moment. Yeah, that's just part of the risk right now, Cobra. I mean, I haven't bought any yet, but I also have a VIX hedge in place, so I'm not super worried about not having a downside hedge. That's, I mean, you're gonna have to kind of figure that out for yourself. I think the market's like positioning still looks bullish. I think it'll keep moving up, and you might have an opportunity to get them cheaper. I really like how you don't overplay my VUP song. I'm a strong advocate for pleasure delaying. I will say that it makes my day every time you play it, though. Thanks, Yuri. Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing VUPs right now because everything's sad. We're just gonna fight for 3,800 all day. That sounds so fucking boring. DJI moving up. Cat about to start bussin'. Is DJI moving up? Yeah. Fairly consistently. A little bit. Nasdaq's kind of outperforming today too. Russell fell behind a little bit this morning, which is interesting. It was up and the futures were up in the pre-market. Call it what you want. It's still just communism. What are you talking about? This weekend I hooked up electrodes to my brain and I got neurofeedback therapy, which stands for low energy neurofeedback system. Zero negative chatter in my brain so far. Amazing. Congratulations, Stefan. Very got good FDA news. Why am I not seeing it anywhere? Finally? Jesus fucking Christ, it's already back at like $15. Huh. What's your opinion on the US dollar? Seems a very broad question. Do you want to be more specific? How come every time we trade we hear a guitar? Because Door Academy changed the alert on the WeBull. Barry put out a release on their meeting notes for FDA emergency approval. The meeting is Wednesday. Okay, so a little bit of FOMO. Nice. So you're just waiting for 26-ish today for GME? Yeah, I mean, if the market rises a little bit more, maybe we'll get some pressure. Or maybe at least back to like 26.35-ish. But without an ETF FTD run today, I'm not going to sell any like in the money or at the money. I'm looking for some exposure into stable equities like CAT. Is it currently overpriced? It's just not stable. I wouldn't describe CAT as being a stably priced asset at all. I don't think it's overpriced, but I don't think it has a stable price. Would Rev buyout save the 35Cs? Probably not, but who knows? Why would Fidelity say max loss is unlimited when selling covered calls? I don't know why it does that, but it does. Because you're just selling a call and then it's attaching like the collateral afterwards, I assume. But yeah, Fidelity always does that. It's not a big deal. As long as you have the shares. How far out do I need to buy options to have them not greatly impacted by the IV crush of an earnings? It depends on the earnings, but generally beyond 30 DTE, IV will begin to fall off. No, I haven't sold any CCs yet. And all the ones I had open expired on Friday, so. When do you plan to buy your CCs back before OPEX? Probably like next Tuesday or Wednesday. Still $20 cover calls for 11.18. Phew, fucking greedy. All right. I don't know if I'd sell calls below Vega neutral. I'd be careful with Vega neutral too, because usually when we hit Vega neutral, which is rare, but when it happens, the bounce is rapid. Do you think BBBY is undervalued? No. BBBY's book value is like negative $4 a share or something. No, I'm not sad. I'm tired. I only slept for like an hour last night. Are you gonna get a Powerball ticket? Probably not. My calves are incredibly sore. What do you do when you have this issue? You could try to stretch them out, take some ibuprofen. I just sold DDS. I love this stock. It's fun, but it just sucks that you can only buy shares of it. Like it's so hard to get fills, like good fills on options. China, you're behind. You're behind. I haven't talked about China forever. Oh, I'm pretty far behind too. But I still haven't talked about China forever. You still expecting VUPs today? Maybe. I have a theory that I need you to research, backtest, and validate. LRC is a leading indicator for GME. No, it's not. It generally runs on like any announcements from GME, but it also runs independently of GME. We need the opposite of VUPs. I call it violent brownside potential. If I hit the Powerball, is it safer to pour the money into weeklies, or should I be cautious and go for bi-weeklies? Oh, Jesus Christ. If I was a market maker and someone threw $1.6 billion into weekly calls, I would do everything in my power to not hedge them. Hey, dude, why is the VIX at a 1-year low? It's not? What? The VIX was like sub 20 in August. Irony? Attempt to sign into my Google account to be able to like the stream on my desktop. Google tells me I have to verify my identity on the YouTube app on my phone. I think that's just like the Google account security like protocol. Thoughts on Carl getting a 1-day charge on his T? Oh Jesus, the chat gap down. Hold on. Lunar eclipse and will not reoccur until 2025. When does this happen? Was it this morning? The lunar eclipse this morning? Thoughts on playing CPI? I'm just gonna get straddles. Don't hate me, but I bought But I puts cat. But I puts cat. You bought puts on cat? Oh, Kendra. Hey, I'm looking into stable priced assets like the VIX. How a good price. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I've been burned way too many times trying to play reg show and not foreseeing the aggressive shorting. Is selling CSPs the way to counter it? It can be, yeah. Why are you playing? What are you playing on reg show? Reg show, like for something to be bullish because of reg show inclusion, you need a lot of other factors. It's not just being on reg show is sufficient to buy buy that equity. Every time I buy Jimmy calls, they tank. That's fair. Upstart getting killed. Moving down to 18. They need liquidity, so there's only two places to find liquidity on a stock generally, up and down, and they're gonna try to go down first before they try to go up. Do you think Rev is undervalued? I mean, if it were to be bought out, I think it would fetch a higher price than it's currently trading at. They have a lot of value in their IP, even with their debt burden. The company has a lot of assets and a lot of value in their IP. More importantly, they have a consistent revenue stream. I know people want to compare it to Bobby. They're very different. One's a manufacturer, one's a retailer. They don't even operate in the same sectors. I mean, Revlon has some retail locations, but that's not their primary source of revenue. How is there still Bobby and Rev Hopium? I don't get it. I kind of understand it with Revlon because they still make money. I don't really understand it with Bobby. Bobby, 1/3 of Bobby's company makes money, and they'll probably have to sacrifice it in order to continue to stay in business. Did you get an extra hour of sleep from the time change yesterday? No. Actually just woke up earlier. I've only slept like 3 hours in the last 2 days. The lottery billionaire wouldn't even be a billionaire because you lose like half of the money to taxes. Walk backwards at a fast pace to stretch your calves out. Oh, okay, you can probably do that. That makes sense. Do you think Google will continue to go up in the 90s? What's it at now? I haven't looked at it this morning, sorry. Looks like it's recovering a little bit. I mean, alongside the market from the low on Friday. Thursday for Google, I guess. But, yeah, a little bit of recovery. Ooh, my costs. When do my cover calls expire? Okay. That could be risky. I might be biased, but I'm a SPY credit spread prodigy. You're definitely biased. What's on Upstart earnings tomorrow? Bearish? Yeah, I'm pretty bearish on them. I think we'll see a pretty hard short afterwards, if for no other reason than to just simply get more liquidity. So even if Upstart earnings are kind of okay, and within the range of expectations, I still think it'll have a bearish outcome. Literally never, Mr. Poopy Pants. Since I'll be winning Powerball tonight, thanks for everything. It's been a wild ride. I wish you the best, man. Did you see that 69 was one of the Powerball values in the last drawing? No, I didn't. I haven't paid attention to Powerball at all. I don't play the lottery. You know, your odds on like a like a 0.05 delta weekly printing are better than the odds of playing Powerball. What kind of jobs would this qualify you for if you wanted to get a job instead of what you do now? The masters that help get a job as like a fund manager. I could work as a quant. I could probably do that anyway. With the experience and stuff I have now, but it's nice to have the degree. I don't know. I mostly started the program because I wanted something to do during the pandemic before I started doing this, and I'd already paid my tuition up front. So that's why I started it. I hadn't paid the next semester's tuition yet, and that's why I'm not doing it now. But yeah, I was just really bored. I don't ever see a situation where I would go back to work for anyone. Um, and I highly doubt after doing this stream for this long I would get hired, but I guess it's a possibility. Morning, pal. I've been working on a non-nutritive cereal varnish for my company, and I'm hoping that this magnum opus of an invention is what finally gets me the recognition I deserve. Also excited to get a new pool installed with a year-end bonus as a Christmas surprise. That's awesome, Clark Griswold. What's a non-nutritive cereal var? You shouldn't be. Was it just made out of a cereal, like cereals you can't eat? What in the fuck is this bullshit SPX job? Well, Gamma's pretty flat up to the flip point, right? So a lot of it's position buildup. It looks like the position buildup's bullish so far, but it's taking a little while. There's just not a lot to move the price up yet. VIX, same as GME. VIX was 1660 in Jan. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that guy was talking about. What's your long-term PT on BP? Long meaning out until April. Well, didn't I put that in the DD? I thought I did. Ooh, BP doing bigs. I don't know. It could hit 40, maybe even 45. Recovery's right on track. Looks very good. It's definitely up. My position's up, so that's nice. Two-shot Tesla. The economy. Purchases of their vehicles. Elon Musk. No fear. Hedge funds will cover GME and AMC short selling one day. They cover it every quarter, roughly. I'm buying so many rig show calls. I was looking at VXX. Can you explain how VXX correlates with VIX? I mean, it doesn't anymore. VXX is like broken. It doesn't appropriately track the futures contracts it's tied to nowadays. What expiry do your SPX straddle contracts have? Usually when I buy them, 3 to 5 DTE, depending on like the volatility in the market. If volatility is dropping, I want more time. If volatility is still elevated, I usually buy them for like 3 days or so. You want enough that the overnight theta decay doesn't burn up too much of your premium, especially if you're getting a lot of leverage on the straddle. Hey G, I just wanted to say, learning cover calls and CSVs from you has been very beneficial in my long-term strategy. Thank you, sexy meat daddy. I'm glad to hear that, man. Good time to buy upstart calls for Jan 2023 or wait till after earnings. You'll probably get some more IV crush after earnings. I already answered that like 14 times today, Brendan and Ellis Fun Adventures. I think they're gonna short it. I held for so long, selling CCs and then wasting profits on options. I'm finally making money wheeling CSVs. Feels like the moment where I ride away without training wheels. Much love, Pickle Man. Thanks, Lord of Nork. Congratulations. I hear that your skills are lacking at mini golf. Can you confirm or deny this? I, I haven't played mini golf in several years. How do we maximize profits on the astrological alignments? Calls on crystals, mining. Oh, ask Stefan. He would probably be the best one. Take the annuity. Truth is, Elon Musk would like to try and convince lottery winner to hold some of his Twitter bags. Hopium equals tinfoil and buying more. Rev Hopium, well, if a buyout happens, maybe I'll get something out of my total loss that I've already moved on from. Yeah. Also, according to the court documents, Revlon's actively shopping buyers, whereas I haven't heard any news about BBBY having any interested parties as far as buyers for baby goes. Aside from, speculation based on tweets. I thought Reg shows a solid short list of highly shorted equities with 20% upside potential because of forced closure. But I've learned the hard way that price action isn't realized on the lit exchange. Yep. Stand on the edge of a stair or curb with your heels hanging off, toes only contact, let your heels dip down and then go back up. Calf stretches. Yeah, that's usually what I do. It's like on like a curb or I have like a little plastic thing that you can stand on. Like they have in those aerobics videos from the 80s. I Dabo Oxy 65C for June 23. He's pumped by the return, but he wants to maintain exposure and limit downside. What would be the best way to do this? Selling a PMCC against the contracts? Yeah, you could. I mean, he's got enough time and he's in the money sufficiently. You could also, yeah, PMCCs are probably best. You could also buy protective puts. Wait, SPX 0 DTs isn't the lotto? I mean, they have a higher, way higher success rate, chance of success than a lottery ticket does. I've totally lost my place in chat. I'm tired. The shorting Upstart into earnings kind of makes me more bullish for him. I mean, I'm gonna sell some like real low CSPs on Upstart tomorrow. I really hope I don't get fucked because I have so many shares already. You're definitely unhireable, probably. Food safe preservative coating. Huh. Updated my attempt to get banned from RSS. They removed my post, but still didn't ban me, even if I asked if RC was the greatest rug puller of his generation. I just want to unlock the achievement. You could just like repost my DD. That'll usually do it. Just screenshot it and repost it. It should guarantee you a ban. I told Kriyan the same thing. I bought 25 calls last week. I want to average down, but also just think I made a mistake and got impatient. Seems like an expensive lesson right now, but I'm learning. Yeah, okay. On what? I don't even know what you bought Jan 25 calls on. On Upstart? I mean, definitely not the best time to enter with earnings coming up and IV rising. But, I mean, it probably won't be that bad because they're Jan 25s. I was low-key flattered to when I saw that you drew a similar Apple trend line to what I showed you the other day. Dude, I drew that line like 4 months ago. What trend line did you show me? I have no idea. That's a lie. I have visual proof you played mini golf via Discord on Friday. That's not mini golf, that's a video game. Rough weekends on the domestic front, so I haven't had a chance to read Dill's picks yet. We're entering GME Novpex, or are you predicting markets keep falling? I think the markets are fairly stable, and we have a decent shot at upside before CPI, as long as we start to realize it today and tomorrow. GME down a little bit this morning, but it might come up if the market moves up into the latter half of the day. It seems to be fairly sensitive, and DPI was pretty high going into the end of the week, so I don't know how much flexibility they have as far as internalization goes. I know you said Fubo is a long-term play, but do you mean price goes up next week or really long-term, like next month? I mean like 2 years. What'd you get up to this weekend? Not a lot of sleeping. I am absolutely not a crystal person. I have science degrees, literally in chemistry. I invented the joke crystal people. How dare you, sir? Well, I mean, but you build like little ecosphere habitats, and you're constantly talking about the aesthetics of the plant at my imaginary office that doesn't exist. I want to roll an 11/11 $17 put sell on Upstart. Should I wait till after earnings or just do it now? Probably better to roll it while the IV's high. Let's buy end of day, chop up. Yeah, I think chop up. At least till we hit like a more bullish level, which won't happen until like 38.05. Um, if you expect an XPX move to a certain price, isn't the 0 DTE that is halfway to the target roughly net you the largest percent gains? Yeah, I mean you pick up intrinsic value and you start with, paying for extrinsic value. So very very low starting price compared to the percent move. They can be very profitable. Like you can make a lot of fucking money on 0 DTs on SPX, and they have them every day. Ugh. Upstart 100 post earnings. I mean, if that happens, I'm gonna get assigned on 100% of my shares. But I'm okay with Upstart going to 100. I have a lot of fucking calls. This is your yearly reminder to do your Kegel exercises, control your weight, and have more explosive orgasms. Thank you so much, Bipolar Bear. How would you be unhireable? Not like your name is on the show. People checking resumes, googling plays a pickle on financial YouTube. I mean, I'd probably still be hireable, but it could be awkward, I suppose. You'd be surprised how many people in the finance industry watch this fucking show every day. I'm starting to think it's the only audience left. I'd get hired if I wanted to do that job anyway because of my performance, which I is tracked, right? Like a lot of those positions you can get based on proof of performance. Um, Also, I've have experience, so I have no desire to do that. Let me be really clear. I'd much rather work for myself. Theoretically, how much are you looking to manage? I'm not. What do you mean? Like if I were to do like what, like private equity or something? I mean, I'd have to manage a lot to beat my current rate of return. 200 million at least. Just really discovered how bad it is not to receive real-time data on options contracts. Is that the type of information usually free online somewhere? Absolutely not. There's no free real-time data on options. Even the real-time data you can get on options, not only will it be delayed if it is free, it will be incomplete. How about Jan 25 calls on you? Thank you so much, Jason. I'm looking at VIX calls to protect against a crash. Is something far out of the money a decent option? Like March, April 23, $75 strike? Or look at closer strikes? I mean, the problem with far out of the money VIX calls is that, I mean, you have like if there's a crash, you know, you have Vega improvement, but like those calls probably aren't gonna print. Like they're literally just crash insurance, like rapid flash crash insurance. So, you know, nearer the money, and don't forget about, like, you know, the further out of the money you are, the faster your theta decays. Did I miss another mod playdate? Maybe. Last week you were saying that you're full bull for November OPEX. Is this the price action you're expecting this week? I would have liked to have seen more ETF FTDs realized on GME. We have fairly high volume compared to the last couple weeks. We're at like 1.65 already for today. But no real price action effect, which is not something I like to see with ETF FTDs, given that they're generally net long. It may just be that they haven't been realized yet today, which is possible with dark pools, but it would be odd because I don't understand why the ETF would use dark pools. Or they were cleared last week, which is also possible. Either way, yeah, I want to see a lot of shorting from here on out. You said swing trading, you gotta live in the red. I just want to let you know, you don't have to swing trade to achieve this. Win the Powerball, what percent of Jimmy would I be able to buy? Enough to be an activist investor? No. Did you buy 10% of the company? Probably not. Yeah, maybe 700 million. You'd be a little off on the taxes. You put minced garlic in your eggs? Not usually. Librarians watching too. Don't worry, I'm no professional. Speaking of your luxury accommodations, how's the rooftop ice rink construction going? I think they're done with it, but it's like they didn't, I don't think they filled it up, so I'm not really sure. Like I said, I haven't been up there since like late summer. I'm in the oyster industry and I watch still. Alright, I guess there's still a fair mix. Quick, what can we ko-fi to make him even more unhireable? I used to do hydroponics for the USDA. The science of growing plants equals my jam. Okay. I'm a software engineer, lots of yeah, there's a lot of people that work in like IT and like are software engineers and stuff like that. Because a lot of those jobs are work from home. How likely is it that upstart shorts will cover before OPEX? I think there's a good chance that we start to see covering early, uh, Bruce. Most likely because there's a holiday shortly after the settlement period. So similar to last November, we may see some of the OPEX covering kind of front loaded into the week before. So I would say we could expect to see it, if we're going to see it, as soon as the 16th. Which means that the week of settlement could be, the price action could be very weak. Be careful with that, so Frank's Day doesn't repeat itself on its own anniversary. What do you think of DraftKings at the current price? I'm not really a big fan of the company. I bought a Cat 230 weekly at open and now I'm sad. That makes sense. How was your playdate with the cat lady? It wasn't a playdate, but I saw her in the hallway and she must be on some new meds or something. I don't know what's going on. Do not go up there with Ryan Cohen. It's okay, I'm not a CFO. My primary job is pigeon whale. Oh, okay. Nice. Expect Jimmy to keep dropping until OPEX next week. I still think it can push up with the market today. If the market can push up today. Although, it's getting weak. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that? Is that a god bot? Like a Christianity bot? I'm a former social worker who's now a stay-at-home dad who makes money selling CCs on GME. That's awesome, man. Do you think like stocks like Upstart and GME have a high likelihood of running the week before the usual covering period? I think there's a chance that we see covering begin early because the settlement gets moved up Well, they're encouraged to settle sooner, right? Because they don't want the T plus two rollover falling into the holiday. I think we saw some effect of that happen last November as well. Because remember, the holiday is falling after the settlement period, and so there's no FINRA deferral. Working Finance and has a private GME MOASS fund. What do you think of Upstart as a long-term investment? It's not terrible, but their business is going to be kind of shitty for the next like year. I think they're a fairly well-run company, and they've negotiated some pretty great deals as far as their debt goes. They make enough revenue to, I think, stay afloat, but you know, obviously rising interest rates are going to discourage borrowers. But they want an active borrowing market. So you know, probably not going to have a lot of success until after the Fed starts to pull back rate increases. At which point, you know, they could start picking up a lot of business again. I do think they're using the time wisely to get you know more and more banks to sign up to their platform. Fire Mission 44, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream and I'll get you added to the country club. If there's a big risk off, could Jimmy have a mini squeeze? Actually have a mini squeeze before market crash. I mean, yeah, we could see short positions cleared out. Thank you, Fluffy. About a 12, 16, 230 cat, and the entire contract is down $2. Make the bleeding stop, Pickleman. Make it stop. If you were a beginner who was planning on doing this for a living, what kind of master's degree would you recommend? Trading for yourself? I don't think there's any degree that's going to really prepare you for that. I mean, you can learn a lot about market mechanics with like a master's in financial engineering, but that's not going to teach you how to make money in the market. So are you then going to position for OPEX next Monday, Tuesday? Yeah, a little earlier than I usually do. Probably like next Wednesday, which could be risky. But I don't want to position too soon with SLD potentially on the table and the market instability. Like I'd be kind of afraid to be overly bullish. I guess we'll see what they short it down to. I'll probably start averaging down some Upstart shit after I still want to pick up like 300 more contracts on it, so I'll probably start doing that after earnings. But GME I'll probably wait till next week. Doesn't covering the week of OPEX expiration cause more calls to go in the money and increase obligations that need to be covered the following week? Yeah, but if they start covering on Thursday, right, then the T plus 2 is Monday. And they can get the remainder of it cleared out by Monday. So if they cover hard Thursday and Friday, not only do they encourage call holders to sell off before OPEX, leaving, you know, a weaker chain the following week, but, you know, Monday and Tuesday, you know, they can probably get the price back to spot, thus reducing any obligations that would carry over the holiday period. If you look at last November, right, on GME, where the fuck is it? Oh, there we go. You know, we saw a significant amount of the covering on Thursday and Friday. Also Monday. Monday opened low and ran up high. Then Tuesday got flash crashed. Or I think this was Tuesday. Sorry, this was Friday. So we saw Friday and Monday, and then Tuesday it hit its high, and then back to spot, right? So this has a twofold effect. If you run it the week before, people will sell calls before going into the weekend, right? Which weakens the options chain over here and lowers gamma max. And then Monday you could just push it through gamma max, cover the market maker gamma exposure on Tuesday, and then you can drop the price. Okay, so I gotta call you about, but don't freak out. Since I've been here, since you always laughed at the idea of Jamie squeezing due to market crash conditions, and now you're talking about the likelihood of a massive run, if not squeeze, because of an impending market crash. The fuck? I'm not talking about the likelihood of an impending market crash or squeeze, but shorts could get pushed out on GME, whatever's outstanding, which isn't much. Someone else said squeeze, not me. I just agreed that market wide recalls can trigger price action on over shorted equities. Jimmy's not that over shorted in comparison to like things like Fubo or Upstart that are like 38, 42% short. I think Bobby's even more short than that. And it depends on what positions are at margin risk too. So there's no guarantee GME moves at all, right? If there's no margin risk there, then they can just stay short. Citadel shouldn't be super exposed to the treasuries, given that I think it's their largest short position. So if treasuries start to crash due to illiquidity, Citadel is just going to make a shitload of money. Yeah, I think the market's open this Friday. Why would the bottom be in on 11:15? They might start covering early. I don't know if they will or they won't. It's just something that you have to be prepared for the potential of. Conservative price target for Upstart OPEX? No idea. Gamma max? Above gamma max? I've been debating picking up Zillionaire for a while. Sadly, I feel like I have a lack of capital available to be able to profit from the sub cost. That's fair. Guess I need to settle selling CCs for now. Yeah, that's fine. When was Freg's Day? November of last year. Specifically, November, what was it? 23rd of last year. GME opened up, ran really, really hard to like what was it, like 255 at the time or something, and then immediately dropped 15%. I don't think so, Squamsk. I know you play BTU. Not play it, just own it. Have you ever played UNG for exposure to natural gas? Seems like a decent CSP play with elevated IV and the current energy trading climate. Thoughts? UNG wasn't one I was really interested in. I have natural gas positions. Well, a natural gas position in BP. I think UNG didn't have enough like European natural gas exposure for my tastes. And yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, this is the natural gas fund for the US. I'm not crazy excited about it. The gap up recently is kind of nice, I guess. I might see some in price improvement with I know natural gas prices in the US are moving up a bit, but it's still cheap as fuck here. So not a huge fan. Is it possible to sell CCs for a profit more than the maximum loss? Rarely. I mean, you have to sell them like in the money to pull that off. But no. I mean, the premium's never going to be worth what the. I guess if you have a negative cost basis. So here's the plan. If GME runs super hard this OPEX, I'm full porting CCs for 6 months out with the intention of buying back after the apocalypse hit. Sounds like a great idea to me. Thoughts? I'd probably go longer than 6 months. If I was that confident in a market crash being just around the corner. SPX looking bullish again. I mean, it's looked pretty bullish for most of the day. It's just slow. It's not a terrible plan. I get what you're going after. You're taking like the interest-free loan on your shares while the market's elevated, which is fair. I've thought about it myself, but you'd probably want farther dated leaps. Like you'd probably want to sell like at least a year out to guarantee that you had, time to buy back at the bottom, and you'd want to sell above, like if you're selling in the money, you still want to sell above, like the near term VWAP. And without options pressure, Jimmy would be trading at like $32 right now. So that's probably something you should take into account. And if a market crash happens, you'll have a chance to buy those back. But also volatility will spike super hard, right? So it may not be that cheap to buy them back. You really need some stable price action at a low price. But yeah, I could see Jimmy moving down into like the $15 or $10 range in the event of like a big correction or a crash. When SPX Gamma flip point make copious white, we're still about $27 away from it. We'll see. I mean, long side positioning still staying fairly strong, I think. So we're continuing to trend up throughout the day. I mean, the OI on the VIX at those levels doesn't matter. Those are generally like volatility swap hedges and shit like that, right? Um, that's not people like betting on a crash for the most part. Uh, sure, if you think that the crash is going to be as massive as the COVID crash. But yeah, it would be a cheap way to hedge a black swan event if one were to happen. But it's also an easy way to just throw money away. Like I have an out of the money VIX position. It's just not that far out of the money. And it's you know, it's expected that I'll lose it. I don't expect it to print, right? It's literally just crash insurance. GME, I mean, volume's sufficient to have covered the FTDs, but I don't think we've seen enough buy pressure volume to cover them. So it's possible that we see them dump later in the day. I'm just waiting it out, Yaga. No, GME volume's like 1 point. I feel like we had days over the last few weeks that were lower than our volume so far today. Is it true you get SPY daily range from using an at the money straddle of the day? Roughly. Almost Supersonic realized that the key to MOASS is calling Fidelity and opening an investment club account with 125,000 approved depositors and actually buying at the ask instead of the bid. That's a good question. What strike is your far out of the money VIX position? I have him at 50. SPX ascending wedge. I would just say uptrend. I really don't think price action's narrowing very much. Does anyone know Upstart Gamma Max? I have an idea. It's around 27 right now. Oh, that's weird. What the fuck is going on with Vega Neutral? Vega Neutral on Upstart moved up to $52. Why the fuck is that happening? The last time I did that was like right before it ran really hard in May. Ooh. Oh, is that leading? Did it before Feb and it did it. Interesting. Curious. What the fuck is going on there? Huh. Okay. Weird. Delta neutral's at 27.42. Palantir CEO said they have 2.4 billion in cash and no debt in their earnings call. Good for them. I have a negative cost basis on my Palantir shares. I'd be more than happy to sell them if they ever make some money. I'm down 11% on that news. I have so many Upstart 100Cs. I don't know what to do with them at this point. Wait. Yeah, no worries, Diaga. Upstart and Mara are top shorted stocks in the financial sector. Yeah. I know you're worried a hedge fund won't hire you for committing the cardinal sin of teaching the poor's how to get rich, but I think you'll be okay because we didn't learn a thing. JK, thanks for the knowledge. I'm rich now. Thanks, don't squanch my squirt. I don't think I will ever own Upstart shares or near the money calls, to be honest. I don't like the company much. That's fair. I'm not the biggest fan of the company. Um Shares just have infinite theta, which is desirable for me right now. Given that I really don't want to buy near the money calls yet. I think my closest calls to the money are at 30 or 35. Yeah. So I haven't even bought any near the money calls yet. Most of my positions like volatility exposed, but not a lot of delta exposure. So that's why I have shares. Which, to be fair, I would have been okay with not being assigned on. What was funny is I didn't get assigned on the 1950s last week. I only got assigned on the 20s and the 2050s, and I closed 8 cents below. So I got kind of lucky there. I only ended up picking up 7,500 shares. Which are all now a dollar or two underwater, which is fantastic. But I'm gonna sell covered calls on them into earnings, and then they'll run it, and I'll get assigned at fucking 22 and make nothing off of it. But I have options, so I don't care. I only have like one or two friends and like that are in finance that know I do this, and they both have relatively similar opinions on me doing it. They think it's fucking stupid, and if I'm gonna pick stocks, I just should just do it for a fund, or start my own fund and do it. So they're so confused by the idea of like picking stocks and not making commissions on the trades. They're like, so you're doing research, but you're not making 20% in performance, and I'm like, no, and yeah. Do they understand that you have pigeon whales? I mean, I don't know. Have you ever invested in a hedge fund? They charge you hedge funds charge you money for holding your money, right? You can charge like so if you put $100,000 in, right? They're gonna charge you, and good luck finding a hedge fund that'll take this low of an investment. But I'm just gonna use it as an example. They're gonna charge you 3 to 7% for holding your money every year, and then for whatever they make on your money, say they beat the market by 30%, right? You end up with 130,000 at the end of the year. They're gonna charge you 20% on that performance, right? Pigeon Whale's $1,200 a year. They need to be punched in the face. That seems excessive. Thanks, NW. I mean, I just have fun doing it. It's probably not worth the time or effort, but I enjoy it, so all I have to say is Q. Jimmy's spicy. It looks good, yeah. I'm wondering if we're gonna get like a weird dark pool dump. Why is anyone paying these insane fees for hedge funds? Complacency? No, because, you still walk away with, 20. 18% a year and you don't have to fucking manage your own money. Would you buy a put to hedge Upstart earnings? You could, but IV Crush could kind of ruin that. I just want Fubo at 3.75 to sell weekly $4 again. Slow uptrend is just barely edging out Theta Decay on my SPX November 18 4000s. I need some uppy ups. I want some uppy ups too. It's not edging out the Theta Decay. Would $10 CSVs on GME be a good hedge to the downside? I mean, if the price of the stock collapses, I guess you could get assigned. Could be advantageous. Maybe we get a little bit more volume here. Starting to look better. 37.90. God, we're so close. Hold on, let me check something out. We put the fun in dysfunctional markets. Thank you so much, Seacraft. Bullish? Oh, that's awful. Well, I think maybe at some point today we get a decent push to the upside, but right now it still kind of looks like shit. Why is everyone expecting a correction or crash? There's a lot of reasons to expect that. Everything in the market's wildly overvalued. Treasury liquidity is drying up because of quantitative tightening. And the yield curves due to increased interest rates. Equity market participations at like all-time lows. It seems sufficient. Generally, the more money you deposit, the lower the management fee gets. Do you have a downside PT for NVIDIA when you start shorting it? I'm already holding some Jan 125 puts. Let me see what levels it's at right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm targeting 80 for my price target, but I would probably get like 125 puts. At least for the newer, yeah, for the newer dated ones, like 125s, maybe 130s. When's their earnings? It's like next week, right? 1 second. You seen Tomorrowland? No. Terrible movie, interesting premise. Huh. SPX is trying to stabilize here. I'll let you know if it starts to. No, I mean, I enjoy doing this every day. So, for me, it's worth it. Do you have an opinion on gold? I have $14 December calls. I wonder if it's enough time. Does it have like a different ticker? Because you're talking about Barrick gold. Ooh, it kind of looks like you're up. Um, not a bad strike depending on your entry. Wow, they've kind of just stopped making money. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how much gold will react to failing market conditions this time around. It'll have some activity, but maybe not as much as previous crashes, as, you know, cryptos also offer leverage. SPX slow bleed into the end of the day? I don't think so. I think that drop off is turning around and we're gonna pop back up. Maybe I'll buy some like at the money calls. Oh, Jesus Christ. Popcorn kernel. That's not the appropriate place for it to go. Dear Lord. Check DMs. What do you got? Oh, fuck. Awesome. That's pretty cool. Thanks for letting me know. Next time you turn on your camera, use your chair to slowly ascend from out of frame. I don't think the pneumatic lift in my chair can lift me. Thank you so much, not a pour. I have a confession to make. My name really isn't Daniel, it's Doug. I wouldn't tell the other Dans that. Where's the SPX? Stop chopping so much. This doesn't look good. Another sell-off? It's so hard to tell. Rose on the sell-off. I think that's bullish. You can buy a Mercedes on IBKR over Zetra. Oh. I mean, I know I can buy it. I think I could buy it on Schwab, too. I saw Atomic. Dirk told me. What SPX data was Atomic talking about? Just new data. Walt Schillionaire. Hey, Girk, I wanted to use this super chat to say something really nice about you, but I couldn't really think of anything. So have a good day, I guess. Shill. Thank you so much, Walt. Monster Unstoppable Vups. I don't know if that's a thing. I almost feel like I should reposition these. Hmm. Tell if this is bullish or not. It's really driving me nuts. Hey Dork, can you check CNIS on SPX and tell me what you think on the 1 minute? Oh, I'm just stoked because we have new data, like new data that we finally got computed. Feeling alright about your Apple calls? I haven't bought any yet. Well, I feel okay about the Decembers. I should probably average those down today, though. Alright, this is... man. I need to look on a longer time scale because this is fucking with me. Okay. That looks better. I mean, I really don't want to straddle with 0 DTEs, right? Does technical analysis same like change time frame until confirmation bias? Sometimes. I mean, I was trying to reduce noise in the near term because price action's trading really tight. Ooh. Thank you, Walken. CCs were cool until Vero went up 50%. Hmm. Maybe I should have fucking straddled it. That's on full port CC for at GM for November 18th. I could see myself doing that. There's something close to that. I can't load up one strike that much, but around that strike, probably. I wonder if we... It seems like we could pull back to 37.50 before getting more support, but I'm not sure. I don't like the idea of pulling back to 37.50. Upstart dead? I mean, definitely dropping with the market. Where's all the sell pressure coming with all the positive gamma on the chain? Oh, wait, that's right. It's the composite man that Girk doesn't believe in. No, it's just market makers. That's the effect of the market maker being net negative gamma, is that they sell into falling prices, which accelerates downside. They also buy into rising prices, which accelerates the upside. Hmm. So, heard about your opinions on the US dollar. What about the pound? And the pound's been kind of recovering a bit after they pulled back, their stupid tax plan. That is the composite man. It's part of it. I'm well aware of the volatility present in the market currently, Walk-in. Thanks for all you do, Mr. Gerg. Also, your thoughts on upcoming Jimmy OPEX. If no ups, play dead until further data. I mean, it's not dead. I'll keep selling CCs on it, but yeah. I'm not playing OPEX until I see one happen. The puts I bought on Cat in my paper account aren't doing so hot. The market's staying relatively, well, futures are staying fairly flat today. They're not trading in a very wide range. We'll see. There's a chance we could bounce here a little. Still don't love it. I'd almost prefer us to go back to 37.50. Okay, so we are getting a bounce. I should have kept the calls. Oh well. I'm starting now under 18. Now above 18. It could drop all the way to like the $15 range after earnings. Maybe lower. Somebody who got assigned on a few $26 GME last Friday. I'm getting the temporary laugh today. It will probably close at 35 just to spite me. I highly doubt GME is closing at $35 today. But at least my watch list is in the Christmas spirit. Yeah. Ooh, Dixie crashing pretty hard. I wouldn't say it's crashing. Uh, it's still at like 110, but it's down 50 BPS today. Pound's up a lot today. Pound's having a good day. Didn't they release some of their notes on like their economic reform? Monsoon season popcorn trader? Jimmy back to net negative gamma? Yeah, it has been since after Monday last week. It immediately, like by Tuesday, we were back under the flip point. Popcorn kernel. Are you related to Popcorn Trader? Hal Money Printer continues. Lol. Yeah, I'm really happy with my position there. BTU and Hal have been really good. BP's been doing pretty well too. Most of my like longer term stuff has been performing pretty well, which I'm happy about because I expect they'll only continue to perform really well. Bank of England said they will start selling their bonds. Oh, okay. Oh, I should sell my silver position, huh? Maybe? Uh, no one thought it would run, and it did. The biggest runs of Jimmy this year have come this year when people bought longer dated calls. I mean, that puts more pressure on the market maker to hedge. Uh, well, I imagine that's not going to be very long lived. I wonder if now is the time. Hmm. Maybe I just have enough exposure there. I don't need to worry about it. Our price target from Pickles Picks a few weeks back, still valid. It's already beyond its like mid price target, but the $44 one's still valid. Just because I expect there to be like some long side capitulation there. It may move higher. You know, if you're in it for a long hold, I don't think like previous valuations in like the $60 range are out of the question. Depending on your time horizon, obviously. Did you know that will not be available for November OPEX as I will be on PTO? Can you kindly propose a new date on my Outlook calendar? You can still look at the markets when you're off work. BP hit a 52-week high. Just quintuple down on our 4100s. I already feel like I've put more money into those than I ever should have. Why such high premiums for 1111 upstart? CSP's earnings is tomorrow. SLD starts on Wednesday. OPEX is that Friday. OPEX settlement is the following T+2. Any meeting when the bid side on the options order book is way more heavy on volume than the ask side. That would imply that people are selling that contract. Yeah, Jamie's starting to look pretty good. We'll see. If Jimmy hits a 52-week high during OPEX, so will my PP. I highly doubt it hits a 52-week high. I don't think the obligations are big enough, but they're compounding, so that's a positive. Can we get the VUP song as soon as something actually goes up? $30.05C SPY SPX? I'm thinking about it. Maybe just 3780s. I think we bounce here. So I'm going to pick up a few. Is penny stock trading a scam? Usually. You can make a lot of money on them, but you can also lose just as much or more. Gurky, why upstart mega sad? It's being shorted. What happened to flat gamma max on upstart? It's still pretty flat. There's more short positions now than there were like a week ago. But most of them are still fairly short dated. So yeah, gamma and upstart pretty flat after like, well, it's pretty flat up to $25, and then it's pretty flat again up to 30, and then after 30 it's just flat basically all the way up. Most of the like options interest is concentrated around 20, 25, and $30. Upstart went up a lot after the last bad earnings. Thoughts on if it might be the same this time? I mean, I hope so. That'd be awesome. Saltron, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much for the support. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. So if we exceed 30, we go to infinity and beyond. No, just that gamma is flat, so whatever continued pressure arrives will continue to carry the price up. Can you talk about my prowess as a GME seller as I sold a ton at $36.50 3 weeks ago, expiring this Friday. I'm cool as a cucumber right now. Thanks in advance for the compliment. Suck it, SS. Yeah, it seems like a fine price. I mean, Delta Neutral's been relatively in that range, bouncing between like 24 and 26 for a little while now. So, you know, if we're going to be moving into the last part of this cycle into OPEX, you know, you generally expect it to fall below Delta Neutral. Not as much money as you would have gotten if you'd sold them on like last Monday, but I guess less thought needed. DWAC squeezing, I don't know if I'd call it squeezing. What's it up now? It had quite the run in after hours, although it's got a small enough float, I guess. It doesn't look terrible right now. Maybe a little bit of a bump and run reversal. People have gotten rug pulled on this so many fucking times, though. Don't forget it's still a SPAC. What's the biggest or best pizza you've ever eaten? Chicago deep dish? No. I hate Chicago deep dish pizza. It's like a soup bowl. Like a bread bowl with tomato soup in it. Oh, I'm selling Upstart CSPs tomorrow too. I agree, the premiums are very tempting. Hey man, I read this badass DD called When the River Runs Wet. Do you want to check it out? No. But also yes. Are you more bullish on Upstart or SoFi? I'm not bullish on SoFi really that much at all. SoFi's like a bank. I mean, they should do well. It doesn't mean they will because they're terribly managed, but um, they should continue to do well throughout the rest of the next couple of quarters, as long as they can find people that actually want to get loans. How many times do you fix your hat? I don't know. Are you more bullish on green candles or red candles? That doesn't even make sense. Expectations for Upstart earnings. Is there even a chance it's good? Possibly. I doubt it, but I guess it's possible that their earnings are okay. I'm not bullish on them at all, either way, whether they're good or bad. Boring Monday is a good thing, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I don't love it, but it could be a good thing. Both the firm and Upstart have been getting hammered the past few days. Indicator of shorting or some bad news we don't know about. I think it's mostly just shorting. Loan applications are way down, so incentive to short. I know you're in a city, but have you ever open-mouthed kissed a horse? I've not, Barodactyl. Are you propositioning me? What's your take on Hal? Is $40 the top? No? I think Hal can exceed that valuation level, given enough time. Don't get me wrong, people will probably be selling at 40. I'll probably sell some of my position around there. Congratulations, Roberto. Apple announced financing, maybe why Upstart is being shorted. You mean a firm? I don't think Upstart's really as exposed to that type of lending as a firm is. How did decent companies get a break with all this shorting? I mean, they're not very decent if they can't survive being shorted. Was your mother or father the horse, or is that not how it works? I'm not a centaur. If a firm goes bankrupt, do I still need to pay off my desktop? I tried searching for Dr. Gingerball's post on how to. He doesn't tell you how to calculate gamma max. He just talks about the methodology. No one's gonna give you that, man. I have photographic evidence that proves otherwise. Trash, you've literally seen my feet and calves. You know fully that they are not hooved. We've been over this. Gurk is Persian, and therefore he's a manticore. I'm also not a manticore, nor am I a sphinx. Someone brought that up over the weekend. That's not accurate. I thought Upstart is similar to Visa, where they're just the middleman. Does Upstart actually loan out money themselves? They're mostly a middleman. I think they do some lending, but not a lot. The fact that a firm gave me a loan for $500 is reason enough to buy puts. Yeah, I talked about their default rate going into any kind of economic crisis like 6 months ago. It's not a great company. Is the 1-year HAL chart a good representation of shorting profit taking? You can see it spike in Feb March, another coming in August. I mean, it generally cycles seasonally with oil. Except now, exploration demand is on the rise. I think HAL will continue to see profits into the next couple of years, exceeding historic performance. Gherkin is Greek, therefore a minotaur. I'm none of these things. I'm not a mythological creature, nor am I Greek or Persian. Believe it or not, as much as I want the SPX to go up, I can't make it do that. Although the recovery is bullish. I have a car. I don't drive it very often because driving a car in New York City sucks. Oh, Jesus. I didn't say I wasn't Athenian. I said I wasn't Greek, so that rules out Spartan as well. Bruschetta core. Where is Rugpolopotamus? I'm not from Boston. What do slow climbs and sharp declines in a tight range indicate? That the market maker's net negative gamma and long side positioning is very slow. Fear. Here goes GME while no one is watching. I'm grabbing more leaps. I see it. I'm not super impressed with the price action so far. classic shorted open method on GME today. Yeah. They shorted a lot of stuff pretty hard at market open today, even though the market opened gapped up. Roland said squeeze is over 2680. But James Roland is an idiot and a plagiarist. You've made it clear that BBY is trash. I'm not contesting that. But Jan ADCs are looking tasty for one more VEPs before expiry. Okay. I fully disagree with that assessment, but good luck. Do you think it's fun to be in charge of preventing stocks from breaking out to benefit your institutional position, or just stressful? I mean, it's not that hard to do on most stocks, I'd imagine. It's probably pretty fun. Just read your When the River one runs white DD. Not sure how to make money off it with my Wendy's dumpster so crowded. That's probably the best way to make money off of it, actually. Deriving liquidity behind the dumpster could help your positioning in the on lit exchanges. You're just doing what the market makers and short hedge funds do, right? You're just getting liquidity in the darkest of pools. Remember when James Rowland hung out in here learning? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah. And then started making videos where he just repeated everything I said. What if James Rowland becomes a pigeon whale? Why would I care? Sounds like what I do when I stream once every 3 months. Am I the shill? Sometimes, Carl. The copied channel description was the icing on the cake. That really did it for me. I once open mouth kissed a Dan, immediately got a sore throat, and my watch went missing. 0 out of 5 stars, would not recommend. Yeah, the Dans are gonna report your report, so just expect your review to get removed. If GME drops below 50 miles per hour, it blows up. If it goes 88 miles per hour, the flux capacitor at the NYSE triggers and blows us to the 1930s. Okay, I like that. Can you write up a DD on it? Yes, I do remember that meatball sub. Can you talk a little bit about how you use EMAs? I just use them as floating support and resistances. I don't pay too much attention to convergence and divergence in them, but you can. Tight convergence generally indicates a support range over a period of time, and divergence can be bullish or bearish from that point. It's not wildly accurate, but it's a lot better than a lot of other oscillators. But smoothing periods lie to you, especially on the intraday. So Upstart Put's more expensive than a Concept 2 rower. Geez, you could hide the whole of 2008 in there. Trying to make 3K on 0 DTE calls today. Rough. Given that the market doesn't seem to want to move at all. And spend it all on Mega Millions lotto tickets. I really don't think Boyle's great exposure for natural gas. It's okay, but... Do you hate me? No, why? Like, no more than I hate anyone else. Remember when you called out Roland and he had a mental breakdown on stream and then disappeared altogether? I didn't know he had a mental breakdown. I know he disappeared. Boyle went up 50% today. Why? No, it didn't. It's up 16% today. I'm not sure why it's up 16%. Did LNG like fucking rocket or something? Huh. How come there's a narrative that retail must sell in order for the market to find a bottom? Because shorts want someone to dump equities. Gherk hates me more, don't worry. Inverse Gherk, sometimes, maybe, probably not. You know, your inverse Kirk plays, especially when you're most vocal about them, tend to really not work out well for you. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, I don't get every single play right, but I get most of them right. Like, an inverse me fund would not perform very well, at least not this year. Don't worry, Giroland is alive and making money, not from stocks. You pushed him to be a new form of himself. Gross. My brokerage shows 50% from 33 to 50. I mean, I'm seeing a $6 price increase over Friday's close. Boyle currently trading at $50.69. I could show you. I'm not sure what news made it move so drastically. Something must have happened. BP is also killing it, which is the natural gas position I'm in. I don't think they're up quite that much, though. No, not at all. I'm using anchored VWAP on high and low peaks instead of MAs. I was surprised how much better they play out. Yeah, well, VWAP's a little more accurate, and it doesn't re-smooth itself, right? When you anchor them. So that's kind of an advantage. If Jimmy trades flat today, I mean it's not. It's trading up. I mean, we're almost back at near market open, but still 2% below Friday's close. I'll probably sell some CCs today, but maybe some tomorrow. There's still a couple more days of ETF FTDs. Today was the peak, though. I'm kind of interested to see what happens with DPI today, with the big drop this morning. DPI was pretty high on Friday. What qualities do you look for in a position when aiming for an IV bump? You mean like if I'm taking a position that profits off of implied volatility? Generally something that picks up volatility quickly. So, you know, strong moves in its historic volatility. Generally like low liquidity, lower sized float, high volume movement. Those are all generally like pretty good indicators of something that you can play IV on. Boyle would have been nice. Yeah, I'm not really sure why it's running though. Like I don't know what the case there is. Like up pricing of natural gas in the U.S. doesn't seem sufficient. Europe's reserves are kind of loaded up right now, so I don't see any point in near-term speculation on natural gas, not at least until later in the winter. I'm not sure Boyle has enough exposure to specifically the EU. Someone on Wall Street Bet said there's a ton of gas and boats off the coast squeezing the UK. I mean, they just have nowhere to deliver the natural gas because most of like the reserve like storage is full, which should lead to a crash in price. Roland posted a video on SS to justify his quote unquote research. He mean pointing out paid indicator signals. That's not research. That's just bullshit. What? I know what happened with LNG. It was shorted to help combat oil prices, and now the shorts are picking up closer to election results. Maybe. Could SPX chop be partly from market-wide ETF FTDs on individual components? Yeah. I mean, we saw some effect probably from FTDs this morning on Fubo. There were a few other stocks where I think maybe some FTDs were realized. Doesn't seem like much in like Russell 1K though. At least Jamie is not running very hard. Upstart cleared out most of its ETF FTDs last week. It still has FTDs every day, but those are a mixed bag. They don't necessarily lead to price improvement except during like CNS, like the closing of CNS for the day. Boyle is running because your friends at BlackRock heard you tell us it wasn't an optimal play, so they pumped it. I didn't like its exposure to EU natural gas. As I said, the reserves are small. If they don't get refilled until January, it's either forced saving or lights out. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that they're small, but I also, there's a backup in supply, which is generally not good for pricing. That's why I liked BP because it offered a little bit of protection through its, other business dealings. Against the volatility and natural gas pricing. And if natural gas pricing does rocket, BP will obviously experience a lot of price improvement from that, but without the downside risk that Boyle has. Do you think the market is going to react positively on a GOP sweep of both houses? I don't know if we'll get one. I think the market would react most positively on an incapable Congress and Senate. They don't like any legislation to be passed because then there's no surprises. Well, thoughts on Disney earnings tomorrow after hours? $9 away from yearly low. A month out, CSPs pay about 4%. Thinking would be a good entry. Not sure I want to own it though. Yeah, that's fair. Disney's tough. I mean, they without a doubt they have value, and that I don't think that value is going anywhere. But it's tough to say when the bottom's in. Um, Disney historically has performed even pretty well during declining economies. And now with like Disney Plus and stuff, they have even more money coming in. I don't know. It's a tough choice. It's a solid company. But just because it's at like yearly lows doesn't mean it's at the lows it could see in the event of a crash or a severe recession, right? Hey Greg, I've been watching for the past few months now. I finally got my GME basis down to 30.50, selling deep in the money CCs on run-ups. Thank you. I think I'm ready to be a zillionaire. Oh, Shillin' at Shoney's, thank you so much, man. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. And congratulations, man. Good job. DDS or Canary have quite a bit. DDS can be a canary, but it's also so fucking volatile and illiquid that I wouldn't rely on it too much as an indicator. It is several orders of magnitude more illiquid than GME. Why are market makers legally allowed to go long volatility since their mission is to smooth out volatility? Seems like a big conflict of interest to me. How? They can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they do the job they're required to do. I think the question you're asking is why aren't, market makers automated and under the control of the government? Because we don't live in a socialist society.
They're just market participants like anyone else. They've agreed to accomplish a certain task within the market, and they're licensed to do so. But there's no conflict of interest if they can make more money doing the job they already do. What's that, JC? Something MOASS? You told me how you would map Guybrush to the Powerball numbers. I wouldn't? Is that your plan? Why have market makers at all? Someone has to make the market. I'm waiting for after earnings. But communism just wouldn't have a market, right? We 100% live in a socialist society. However, the form of socialism is for corporations, tax avoidance, bailouts, government funding. Yeah. Yeah, we need to tax corporations a lot harder than we currently do. It's a big problem. We were kind of talking about this last night in the quant group a bit. Reagan and Clinton really fucked up our economy to a point where I don't think it could be really corrected anymore without like a complete reboot. Yeah, Nixon too. Nixon fucked up a lot of shit also. How exposed would BP be in a market crash? I mean, fairly. I mean, it's commodity focused, so they tend to perform a little better in market crashes, but it could definitely lose some valuation. If the market crashes, everything you own, you'll wish you bought cheaper. That doesn't mean you shouldn't own the things you do, but you can't bet on a market crash. It's not a guarantee. It's not just the gold standard. It goes far deeper than that. The gold standard was already archaic at the time they got rid of it and useless. I mean, Trump didn't really do much. Most of the last like 5, 6 presidents really haven't accomplished anything. They've either unwound the previous administration's shit or created some new shit for the next administration to unwind. You've kind of had that deadlock going for about 20 years now, a little more. But GERK, trickle down economics, which only served to bolster the wealthy, and ultimately destroy the middle class in the U.S. It's good. I mean, if we have a continuation of like our current economic changes where we're on reshoring a lot of industry and stuff like that, that could bring a lot of that back to the US economy over like the next couple decades. Pouring out for the mods real quick. May I take a moment to commend you on the big tech layoffs call? You knew Apple would wind down months before they did. It's happening a little sooner than I expected, but slow enough that it's still within my range of expectation. I think things will get worse as they start to lower their forward guidance more and more. Multiple quarters of drops in their forward guidance and their profit margins are really going to make people question their investment in those companies. So the bottom's not in yet, but it's beginning. What if we ground all the pores into fuel and use their husks as decorative wreaths? You wouldn't have anyone to build your house to hang the wreath upon. I mean, wages have stagnated in the US for the most part since like the late 1980s. It's a big problem when you look at, consumer demand, and most of the demand comes from, the upper 50%, right? Or is financed to the lower 50%. But with rising interest rates, that disparity becomes more stark. Yeah, it's a huge imbalance. Yeah. But money is power, and so to affect change is nearly impossible. Although, something like what is happening now with inflation becoming more and more entrenched and rising, um, deflation really hurts the wealthy a lot. And so if we could get like a really long, drawn out period of deflation, that could be really good for balancing some of the wealth disparity. Although when you start talking about like economic policy going into the future, you're really just discussing philosophy. It gets kind of useless because, ultimately nothing's really ever going to get done as long as the status quo can be maintained. If you were to be president, who would be vice president? Jay Fresh, because he would just troll everybody. I'd have him make all my announcements. I would pull a Charlie Bucket and buy a Powerball ticket. Tax on hope. It's your opinion that short volatility players are still in the game. Can we still expect run-ups similar to the one we had in March? I don't think short volatility players are in the game hard enough to see a run-up like we had in March, but maybe something more akin to May or slightly better than May seems in line with like our current expectations. I don't think we'll see something as big as March. March was huge and frankly wasn't really unwound until May. I do not want deflation. Nope, nope, nope. Can I be Secretary of Defense? Sure. If you spoke to the Fed about rate hikes, would you say it needs to be done or daddy chill? I would say they should have fucking done it all up front. They should have front loaded it and crashed the market. It would have been better. We would have already been out from under the rising inflation pressure at this point. They should have just done like I'm not kidding, like a 20% hike, just like Volcker, just right up front. I mean, they already knew that they pumped too much liquidity into the market. They should have shut down overnight reverse repo operations or dropped them to a rate at which they were no longer satisfactory to avoid the bond market, and then just force bank equity out into the market to get crushed, thus destroying the liquidity they created. Trying to balance it is too risky and keep everyone happy. Because we would have recovered much faster. The track we're on now, I mean, it probably isn't sufficient to fix the problem. So all we've done is essentially delay the problem for like another year and a half. And we'll have the same effect anyway. But it could have been just done up front, planned and controlled with some quantitative easing to avoid, you know, an actual full-blown financial crisis. And we would have already been recovering. This is, you know, that's where, you know, politics and economics mingle in a bad way. ETF FTD covering on GME canceled for today. I mean, we're seeing sufficient volume, but we're not seeing a lot of price action, so I would say that it's unlikely we'll see anything. There's some hope for CNS with the rising price into the end of the day, and the market starting to pick up a little momentum. I created the rule of 11. For example, if you multiply by 52 by 11, you add the 5 and the 2 and put that number in the middle. 572. Can I be the lead quant? No. I can't wait to find out your real name when you become the Fed chair in 20 years. Man, I don't have the personality for politics. I'm far too abrasive. I would get a lot of people to vote for me because they would like that, but I would get a lot of people that would just absolutely hate me. I'm a very polarizing person, which, well, I don't know. Maybe in our current political climate, that's a great thing. But the United States is so proactive. Name one time we could have fixed something but waited until it blew up in our faces 10 times worse. Gork, make me quant, please. I'm working on it, Carl. Your name's being talked about around the water cooler with a couple others, but how is tomorrow's blood moon eclipse going to affect the SPX? That's not a real thing. What would happen to the US dollar yen? I feel like US dollar should go up. This stuffing the yen down. Well, no, probably not. The US dollar would probably drop rapidly, causing the yen to rise. Don't forget that, like, if there's a breakdown of the treasuries market, that could cause Japan to panic and begin to try to sell their US treasuries, which would only worsen the effect on the breakdown in the treasury market. What'd you place in the marathon this weekend? I haven't finished it yet. Listen, you just got made bot dom, all right, Trash Dan. Don't act like it doesn't come with perks. I want to see Gherkin at the podium as Fed chair just to hear him say, fuck your puts, and then drop them make, then dorp them make. Ew, I don't want to be with the nerds. Too bad. The VIX gap up on open, followed by consistent downs. Doesn't it seem like how they release short pressure? Yeah, that is how they do that. Give us challenges. How's November OPEX looking with today's price action? Fine. Did you see my last chat? No. Supply shortage, broken supply chain is still an issue. It is. I agree. It's recovered a lot though. The supply chain isn't, if you look at like production side price indexes, they're improving really rapidly. So I don't think the supply chain's as big of an issue as you're making it out to be. I think it is still an issue, but it's getting better. And that's why they didn't do anything up front, right? Is because they were thinking that this was all supply shock and inflation wouldn't become more entrenched. I mean, that's how the Fed approached handling rate increases, which was a mistake, as we now know. It definitely comes with perks that you didn't intend. I'm not telling you what they are, but I promise not to abuse them. All right, I'll trust you. Dorp the Make 2030. Is it comparable to a VIX Edge for a Black Swan event? No, not necessarily. Japan does want to hang on to those treasuries for political reasons. There's a reason they haven't sold them in all the time they've had them, right? Um, it's sort of protection against aggression from China and North Korea, right? If the treasury market crashes, causing the US dollar to crash, do the other world currencies gain value? Or do they all crash at the same time? Everything will fucking tank. It'll destroy. I mean, if the US dollar crashes fully, like, that's gonna destroy everyone's economy. Being the global reserve currency automatically makes it a contagion. I've heard differently from international logistics people. I mean, but they're biased, right? And only focused on their own sector or their own, the information they're looking at, depending on what country they're in or region of the US. I mean, there's a lot of variation in that, right? So being like, oh, this guy told me something doesn't mean that's indicative of the entire scope of the supply chain across the world. Is the market down because we just hit our first 7-day stretch of no net November? I don't know what that is. I'm guessing VIX calls aren't going to be enough to protect me from a US dollar crash. Probably not. Probably not something that's worth worrying about. The Fed should have been starting rate increases when the market was ripping up while the economy was shutting down. Wait until the downward move should have been proactive. Yeah, well, they had to sell the top, right? Yeah, if we don't see any price action through the 10th, then I would expect everything after the 10th is going to be pretty fucking rough. I think I'll get shorted pretty hard. You're selling 111, 1111 or 1118 for GME CCs. That's a good question. Probably a bit of both. Obviously, further out of the money for 1118. Congratulations, Han. Good job passing your exam. Mm-hmm. That seems bullish. What's your prediction on upcoming upstart earnings and movement? I think they'll short it. I don't expect earnings to be very good. DMs. No, November is an internet challenge revolving around absence from masturbation, sex, and ejaculation, or colloquially to nut. During the month of November, it originated in late 2010 and grew in popularity on social media during and after 2017. So like guys that aren't getting laid have made an event about not getting laid. Huh. Weird. Dorp the make equals drop the mic. Oh, okay. Oh god, turd. I have no idea what that is, but I hate the title of it. JFresh, if you're around, I love you. You're my favorite cat that I currently have. What does it mean when the SPX pattern is so small and pointed upward? I think this is just consolidation. You just have. I think you're interpreting it incorrectly. It's not really a megaphone. It's a continuing uptrend, right? Do you buy into this out of diesel news that's going around? You know what's weird about that is that distillate production appears to be up. So I'm not sure why the idea of a shortage is being pushed. I understand that, supply is lower this year due to, Russia. But production on distillates is up. I guess more refineries are down though, so maybe overall the production is not up sufficiently. I'm not like a oil market expert. I know enough about it to sometimes make money on it. JFresh doesn't have time to be James Rowland. Also, he would be embarrassed by that statement. They're trying to get retail to hedge their portfolios with oil. Now this popped to highs. Thoughts? I still think oil's got like another peak in it before maybe before the end of the year, or at least before the end of winter. Do you plan on getting December monthlies for Nvidia at the money puts for their earnings next week? Possibly, yeah. Or at least maybe I've entered some of my farther dated puts by then. You're not on the quant team, Surface Smurf. Just because you sent me an email with data doesn't put you on the quant team. Did you see that Netflix has a show on Blockbuster? Kind of a dick move, right? That's kind of awesome, actually. You know, Blockbuster had the opportunity to buy out Netflix, and they passed on it. People were like, "Oh man, I miss Blockbuster so much," but they were idiots, and they didn't know how to run their company. They had a lot of opportunities to get on board with streaming and close down their thousands of retail locations, but they didn't. Conflict in Iran and Saudi Arabia? No. Thoughts on it being 76 degrees in November? Perfectly normal, right, guys? It was like fucking 80 here yesterday. I was sweating my ass off. I like threw a hoodie on and went outside. It was so goddamn hot. The whole thing came from a report that said we had 25 days worth of diesel in storage. So if we stop production or importing right now, we would only have 25 days left. Oh, so bullshit? I've been thinking about picking up some petroleum brasileiro or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know how to speak Portuguese, but Petrobras. Yeah. They fucking did not have a favorable reaction to the elections down there. And their stock's down like quite a bit over the last few days. 12% almost, I think. I want to load up on that shit for their fat divvies. Can you do quant for a day thing, sort of like they do for those terminal kids? No. Qualifications to become a quant: advanced degrees in computer science, applied mathematics, or physics. Would help me become a quant if I DM'd you pictures of my PP. Probably. Interesting, a struggling brick and mortar company is not realizing the real value and potential of digital economy. Interesting. Something about being disappointed at a Blockbuster, you mean? I don't miss that at all. I also don't miss renting shit from Blockbuster and the disc being scratched. Fuck that. What about a discarded 95% complete PhD in philosophy? If we ever need a director of fund morals, I'll let you know. When you say advanced degrees, does an associate's get me in the door for your quintern? Yeah. I heard you could also just stumble into it if you put some colorful pictures into a PDF. You're not wrong, Gaff. Speaking of which, you never answered my question. Are you prepared for the bond market to crash? Five-year notes are starting to look real shitty. Only you can answer that question, Surface Smurf. I thought the bond market crashed already. No. It's too late. Fluffy already made me your Nancy. Reagan. Nice, Fluffy. What is a bond? Go Google it. MMs are hunting 3780 contracts before the next bump up. Someone's hunting them. I mean, you have a little bit of like call side capitulation on the spike, but stronger all the same. Apple looking like it may die. No, it's recovering a bit. I forgot the username on the fake YouTube account I made to buy Dillionaire with. I think you can just put in your email. What is dead may never die? Interesting. What if we have a midday update on SPX positioning? 1308. That's not bad. 15 minutes ago. Ooh. Oh shit, we're doing it. Oh, things are about to get real bullish here in a minute. Huh. Hedge is flipping on SPX. The gamma flip points dropping closer to the money. I did answer you, so you probably missed it. Damn it. I like this positioning so much. Stuff 3900. Okay. Okay. I know you're like more exposed to fixed income, so I just kind of wonder what your view on it is. Our VIX books for Jan 23 price less than December for the same strikes. That's a great question. Ask for your view on anything, JC. Just point out the shills to me so I can identify them. I'm looking at one right now. I'm starting gonna get shorted until OPEX. Probably. Back to 25? It could go higher. I'm only shilling on scammers and people who try to sell me on something. I don't like those people either. Are you bullish on SPX right now? Yeah, I really like the positioning. It's starting to pick up some. We're starting to pick up some really nice positioning to the upside, and not just zero DTEs, like some further out of the money. Just kind of waiting for that midday update. We usually get around 1 o'clock, and yeah, it's starting to look really good. Lot of positive gamma, kind of all the way up to 3850. A little bit of a space between there and 3900, but 3900 starting to look pretty strong. Some more gamma coming in at like 3950, 4000, 4100. So yeah, I like the potential. As long as we don't slip down, it looks really good. Where do you get options flow? We pay a lot of money for it. I think Opera directly. Then CBOE. Really? System of a Down lyrics, Roberto? They're probably starting the pre-market if we're gonna get a crash. Yeah, no problem, Pat. Are you getting SPX 0 DT? No. I bought at the money calls for the 11th just now. Probably gonna buy a few more here in a second. I bought 3 so far. It'd be really cool if I could buy 3780 contracts. When will you accept my love? I don't like being loved, especially unconditionally. Will you hold me during the crash? Sure. You have it in IBK or are you buying it direct? We're getting it we're getting exchange data. So direct from the exchange. Opera has more real time. Are you talking about on IBKR, Stefan? If it helps, my love for you is extremely conditional, and you're already on thin ice. See, that's what I appreciate about you, Trash. I don't know. You tell me. I mean, I don't know what platform you're on. Doesn't really matter. You're probably even if they're saying CBOE, you're probably just getting it from Opera anyway. Come on, let me in. A little more. Fuck. I just said it was unconditional. Also, and you only give the deck respect. Rude. Hang tight. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. You got it, man. I appreciate it. Don't talk so sweet to me. It makes my tummy feel funny. That's not your tummy. IBKR offers like $100 US. How much is it directly from CBOE? More. Now you're contradicting yourself, Darth. Are you getting further dated SPX calls to play the upside or no longer than November 18th? Expecting we get directional shift after CPI. I expect we could get a directional shift not only after CPI, but after SLD as well. And more downside leverage after SLD is additionally. So, yeah, I'm cautious of OPEX. I'll probably want to be more delta neutral in my positioning for OPEX. Smooths it over how they see fit. Oh, for like IBKR's data? I think it's pretty accurate. For it to be real time, I mean, they can't really do a lot of shit to fuck with it. Would you be open to a boxing match against Trey Trades? He'll have like a heart attack. I have to train up, so I need like a year. But I'm down. Are we doing it for... I don't want to do it for charity, though. He just has to admit to everybody that he's been lying to them for the last year and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about if I win. Trey Trades is like 145 pounds. That's not fair. What does he win? He won't. How many pounds are you? I bet many. Like 245 or something, 250. Somewhere around there. Might be more. I haven't weighed myself in like a month or two. You should marry him, Stefan. Kirk never DCAs into a play like this on stream. Yes, I do. I've been playing a lot of zero DTs lately. The market's been fun. The market's been fun. All the stocks are boring, though. Except Caterpillar. I guess I'm gonna fight the duck. 6'3", 300-pound man versus a 4-pound duck. Who will win? The duck. The duck will fuck your shit up. You'll think you're winning at first, but really, Trash is just getting his rocks off. No covering GME FTDs today? Doesn't look like it. Why SPX not 4,000? Patience, young Padawan. Is the market open today? Well, Caterpillar is in the middle of MOASsing, so cap 4,000 before SPX. I should have bought Caterpillar futures. It's on the bottom right of your screen. That's Caterpillar. What's the gamma flip point now? For what? SPX? It's, well, at 1 o'clock it had moved down to 38.02, so it dropped about $5. But the skew, because the skew's so bullish, it's already flipping. Kendra getting squeezed out. No one listened to me about buying puts on Cat, and it's just the whole Discord's getting squeezed out right now. I'm new here. I just came back from an appointment with the IRS. Is this MOASS? No. Man, look at that stop loss hunt. Jesus. Glad I didn't set any of those. What were you looking for that indicated this movement on Cat a few minutes ago? Oh, I wasn't buying Cat. I was buying SPX. I bought Cat this morning. Sort of in this range. But Cat looked like it was ready to start moving up out of its consolidation to a higher level. I was hoping for a pullback, which I got, and then I bought into it. I think most of this is influenced by like the Dow ramping up. Cat has a lot of call volume on it right now too, so it's pretty sensitive to its options chain. I still like Cat. You said every cycle will play the Cat ups, not the downs. People just need to listen and buy more GME leaps. I thought GME was gonna be $20 by end of week. Give it time. And also, who said that? We're below delta neutral. Gamma neutral, probably not until after the 10th. And that could still be slow. No, it's an algorithm trying to pick up any for sale contracts within a certain range. Appreciate you giving real answers to questions like that. Did I answer it? I feel like I did. The SPX calls I bought was because oh, okay. Yeah, I guess a little more reasoning to me buying the SPX calls down here. And here is because the positioning for SPX is starting to look really bullish, and the gamma flip point is skewing down. because bullish pressure to the upside is picking up, and so that kind of skews the gamma flip point down, which means that it's very likely that we're trading here, that we're going to be dragged up into the long side, called gamma or delta. We might hit GN on GME on the 10th. I think after the 10th. Once the ETF FTD period is completely over, there's still 2 more days of it after today. Actually, no, I think the 10th is the final day. It started on the 3rd. So 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Yeah, the 10th is the last day. So this Thursday is the last day. After this Thursday, they should be liquid across all the ETFs that they generate liquidity out of, and that'll allow them to short again. Although they're still a little bit liquid from last week, as we saw this morning, right? This is one of the reasons I kind of decided not to buy calls for ETF FTDs, and just decided to play it with covered calls instead, was because the amount of FTDs wasn't sufficient. Like it was high, but it wasn't high enough. And it wasn't for enough consecutive days. Like generally speaking, our ETF FTDs are like if you look historically, it'll be like a few million a day for like the 3 days in the middle of the period. This time it was like half a mil, 1.5, half a mil, and then it kind of peters out. You join me where I can roll in the School of Stocks Growing Small Ports 1000 level course? You're there. 4,100 bag holders rise up. I'm here with you. Those calls aren't moving a lot until we break the upside of 3,800. I would be careful with in the money covered calls, because just because they have the liquidity doesn't mean they're going to use it to short us. What do you expect GME to be trading at on the last day of ETF FTDs? Same range as today. We could start to slip lower as the fails fade off. So before the 10th. Yeah, thought that. And then the problem with selling calls for next week is you may have to like kind of rapidly buy them back. Because they could start to cover OPEX early next week due to the holiday. It's tough. It's a tough situation. I'm probably gonna sell some today near and around Gamma Max for this Friday. And then maybe more tomorrow and the next day. I don't know how I feel about selling them in the 18th unless I'm really far out of the money. How do you think Cat's going? I mean, potentially, it depends on how long of a period of time we're talking. It could go pretty high over the next few weeks, depending on how the market behaves and how CPI prints. I mean, potentially all the way up to like 240. Although my expectation's a little more constrained around like 234. How is the SPX positioning for CPI? Is everyone hedged for hotter than expected CPI? Or is everyone on the bullish side? I mean, we're seeing a lot of bullishness right now, but you know, as we approach CPI, we can see more delta neutral positioning come in, and that'll usually that has the effect of kind of channel locking the SPX for a day or two. So we may see that come in as early as tomorrow, but more likely Wednesday. So I think the first 2 days of this week have the most bullish potential, and then after CPI, depending on how CPI prints. No, I don't think SPX is a great place to hedge a short position on tech. SPX has a lot of tech exposure, almost as much as like the Nasdaq 100, maybe more even. So we went into this morning, right, on SPX. We went into this morning with, you know, fairly flat gamma, right? That's our morning gap up right there. Gamma was pretty flat in the price range we were on in, like this price range. With some call side, like long gamma below us. So we were protected from the downside a little bit, at least above 3750, right? But we were pretty flat to the upside, right? Throughout the course of today, more and more positioning has been built up to the upside on the positive side. And what that's done is that's skewed our gamma flip point down, right? So it's now nearer the money. Now it's, you know, it's dropped about well, at 1 o'clock it dropped by about $5. It might be closer to like 7 now. And as that skews down, we come closer and closer to hitting that flip point. Which, you know, then causes a market maker rehedge, which can catalyze more upwards price movement. So the more long positioning that builds up out here, the better chances of us going up. Weekly, monthly. Sometimes I do like monthlies. It depends on how wide the strangle is. The ones I have open right now, I have at 450 and 3. And those are like 30 DTE. I wasn't staring at the chart all day, so I tried staring at it harder, and my position went green. Congratulations. So apparently a 10-foot tall wall was built around the Fed building in DC. Thoughts? I mean, they built a wall around the Fed for like everything. I don't even think that's the first time this has happened this year. Am I bad at tier? Does the SPX not look like it's gonna bust soon? Burst soon? It does. You're correct in that assumption. So I'm looking at songs of CCs, but they're like almost not worth it. I mean, they're very close to not worth it. CSPs are far more profitable. I should set some stops on these just in case it fails. you see the 2008 VIX overlay on the 2022? Looking at that's pointless. It's two totally different economic situations. All that does is just bias you. It's not helpful or indicative of anything. Can you talk about why, for the most part, CCs seem to be less profitable than CSPs? Because we're in a bear market and puts are overpriced. Volatility's up, puts cost more, and more people are buying puts, which skews their delta value. In a bull market, CCs are worth more. Looks like Rev is going to be seller boxed in Perelman's tiers. Is this correct? Seems a bit excessive. You just set stops? Yeah, but now they're, $6 behind us. I don't know if I have Gamma Max for DWAC. I might. I don't. So I have no idea. SPX 3850 by close? Dude, that's a bit excessive, right? Right? Man, what a fucking awesome like double bottom into the ascending triangle. It's a nice breakout. Like the pattern's really good. 3820 maybe? I have a problem, need your help. Sometimes when I make white, it smells like brown, and when I brown, it smells like white. How can I shave my culito if I can't see it? Fine. Jimmy 3850 by close. Ridiculous. How high up you think the SPX will go today? We might cross the gamma flip. I don't know if we'll carry a lot higher than that. I mean, we could, potentially. There's a couple hours left. Get your mom to do it. Is the cost of buying someone's band the price of membership? No. Gamma Flip's like, well, at 1 o'clock it was 3802. Bull Bear Pig. Waiting until end of day to sell GME CCs. I'm gonna sell some today. More tomorrow. More the next day, probably. How much would it cost to get Stefan on the quant team? For how long? Like a Make-A-Wish thing? I'll reiterate, for how long? 1 week? $500,000. Split equally between me and the rest of the quants. And that's a trading week, not 7 days. GME and AMC are the same stock. Anyone who says anything else is a shill. That's stupid. I'm currently down and sitting on way too many Jan 237.50 calls. What's the latest reasonable date to dump them? Hopefully get a real OPEX this month to help with the losses. I don't even want to know. I mean, after November. How much would it cost you to get me to accept being on the quant team? I don't think I'd pay for the privilege. Yeah, I don't think the quant team is going to benefit from your powers of positivity, Stefan. I hope you have a good week. This is also a cleanse from Kendra's Ko-Fi. Thank you so much, Han. Kind of like eye bleach. It's appreciated. Let me know that I am for this because I am poor. How long do you see the energy sector strength holding up? If there's a pullback before end of year, would you still buy the dip? I do you think oil has another good run left in it sometime? Yeah, I mean if the pullback's not too severe, I'd buy the dip. There are things I'd cut my losses on though, like or well I'd cut with profits, I guess. Like Oxy. Like I have stops on Oxy already. I don't think I'd cut BTU. I probably wouldn't cut Halliburton. Those are kind of longer term. I might reposition BP just because I don't love my cost basis on it. I mean, I'm up, but I don't love the cost basis. Your loss, understandable. I'd figure you wouldn't want to surround yourself with so many shills at once. What's the rationale before selling CCs before it starts moving up? There isn't any? I don't think GME is going to move up a lot more. If it does, I don't care. I'm selling them like out of the money anyway. I could always sell more. There's still a massive brick wall of puts at 27.50. It's a little weaker after Friday's expiration, but not much. And it's mostly at 30. But yeah, it's still pretty hard for GME's price to climb too much. I've never refrigerated a nut mix. Are you supposed to? Is this Volmageddon? There's no way DWAC is up 50% just because Trump might announce. Can it be shorts covered? Or it could just be ETF FTDs. They're expected today. Some stocks will have more than others, right? Don't worry, everyone FOMOing into it will just get a bunch of bags dumped on them. Makes sense. A lot of dudes are cutting Oxy into their lines to save cash on delivery. Might be worthwhile noting GMEC probably want a little bit of theta, such that shadow players don't panic buyback after CPI print. What? I don't know if I'm going to sell them with that much theta. I don't really care about the CPI print. Yeah, that's fair. You Samoan deity. I walk away for a few minutes. What did you do to the SPX? I just bought some calls. Is Trump announcing bullish? I don't know. I feel like the reaction would be kind of mixed. Any thoughts about no one else seems to be talking about Volmageddon too? Don't worry, they will. Probably when it's too late. Do you think they're done today for FTD covering? The volume this morning was sufficient to cover the amount of obligations due. Still ignoring DWAC? Yeah, I don't care about it. Weren't you the dude that bought it at like 162? And you were like, this is MOASsing, it's gonna go to 400 like GME. My SPY contracts aren't moving up at all. Mine either. It's really weird. Nice, Brendan. That's when cover obligations while shorting the stock 7%. There's got to be a buyer. And you give the money to the ETF, you know they're going to buy in the morning, right? And you just short into their buy orders. Volmageddon 2. Ragnarok. Do you think this is short sellers covering Google or just Google moving up with the indices? Because it's super index exposed. Expensive if the market goes up. Yeah, it is. That's correct. I mean, the only reason I think they covered him is because we saw elevated volume this morning instead of our normal nothing, right? Like Jamie's volume today is fairly high compared to like days we were having before last week. We were seeing like what, like 1.5 million closes and shit. So I mean, I would say volume's decent today. And most of it was, kind of front loaded into this morning, which makes me think that we saw a lot of it occur in the earlier part of the day. Makes sense if they want to keep IV suppressed. IV just fell below 100 again on Friday, so buy side on ES getting loaded. Yeah. I try to pay attention to both, but it's hard, Varix. But sometimes SPX will lead ES, sometimes ES leads SPX. They can go back and forth. I'm up 100% on SPX 0 DTE. I think I'm developing a problem. Me too. I'm up 100% on a bunch of 0 DTEs, but I hope it keeps pushing. I should really move my stops up. I'm starting to get really gappy to the downside here. Still quite a ways to go, I think. We selling some GME soon into a rapidly rising market? I don't think so. Okay, I'm up 400% now. Yeah. Some of that'll shave off as it starts to consolidate here around resistance. What's on Redfin? I'm kind of managing like a $20,000 position right now, so give me a minute. I don't know, if you just remind me in a little bit once the SPY cools or SPX cools off. But frankly, it might not cool off very much. I just wanna have some stops around the gaps in case there's a sell-off. Right? Because we could get like a shorter dated calls selling off at the test of 3,800, right? It's something to watch out for. It's a good time to set some stop orders. If they don't fill, who cares, right? But if they do, you protected yourself from a big pullback. Well, it's a lot more than 20K now, but let's see. I think it keeps pushing. This is my daily. Thanks, Girk, for Dole. You're welcome, man. Alright. It's gonna keep pushing. How many contracts? 29.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Thanks, Jonathan. You too, man.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up. Don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
We pushed right into the gamma flip point. So if there's a pullback, I think it'll be here. But I think the trend is still strong, so not getting enough sellers to create the downside. I was just moving my stops up a little bit. I think it still breaks out. It still looks... it's weakening, but it still looks good. Hey, Upstart clawing its way back a little bit. Jamie, not really. Although, 310 could be interesting. My stops are pretty close now. Yes, 38.11 high of the day. I think SPX it's tough. It's definitely consolidating here a little bit, but I don't know if we're gonna see any sell-offs. We might trail futures. It's possible. It doesn't always happen though, so I wouldn't bank on that. Trying to get some juice. Jimmy CSP's inside to 24. Doesn't want to happen, but I'll take the gains. Thanks for the education and confidence too. No problem, halitosis. Congratulations, man. I hope you get your fill. You might by end of this week. TGI moving up with SPX, cat going down. Probably some more profit taking. I bought my first SPX option and West out at plus 40. You gotta have balls of steel to play 0DTE SPX options. They're super fucking risky. And to carry them this far into the run is arguably just stupid. I probably should have taken profits much, much sooner. But I'm greedy. Come on, you can do it. No reason to cool here, just keep ripping. I mean, everyone knew when I was buying in, so there was an opportunity to turn $625 into $3,000. I'm not pulling my stops. Fuck you, not a pour. There's 0 DTEs. Not on Fidelity, Dad. Well, that's get a better brokerage. I don't know what to tell you. You need a. Everyone should have a boomer brokerage and a degen brokerage at a bare minimum. Gurk, I'm having pretty big day tomorrow and I'm nervous. I'm getting foreskin restoration done, but I'm scared they won't get the right shade of skin color. It will end up looking like my Jimmy is wearing a face mask. Any thoughts on how I can relax? Well, as long as they go darker and not lighter. Actually, you're fine both ways. You can either bleach it or tan it, right? So don't stress out about it. You can even up the coloration. I heard Revlon has some great products. You trying to join the foreskin gang? Demonetized. Unfortunately, no. Alright, this could pull back now. Still no pullback? Wow. This is kind of fucking awesome. I love that every economist and analyst and hedge fund manager has been calling for a crash for like the last 3 weeks, and I've just been buying calls and printing fat stacks. No, I just moved my stops up. No sell on SPY. We're already at the gamma flip point. It's just tough to cross. Don't say I didn't tell you once SPX moons. I have plenty of contracts. I have more than a sufficient amount of exposure to the long side of SPX. Don't you worry. I'm diamond handing these 0 DT spy calls till tomorrow. And we're back in it. Look at that.
I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like.
That I don't like.
I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could
Come on.
Hashtag not a cult.
You're really setting stops right now on your 0DTs? Yeah, I'm not setting stops on my 3800s or 3850s yet. Why is SPX doing a MOASS? Because that's how it rolls. Yeah, you could just check the description for our Napster link. Why is Jimmy pinned around 26? Internalization? I think this trend is going to just melt up a little bit longer. But remember that once we cross that gamma flip point, the velocity of the trend dies off and the uptrend becomes more stable, right? And we're going to lose a lot of the volatility we experienced being net negative gamma once we're net positive gamma, right? But that can also lead to more consistent price improvement. SPX PT for end of day? Yeah, I could do a pull for that. Are there any indications that Upstart could go back on Reg Show? If it runs hard on OPEX, it might. Nice call on SPX shill. Did Kenny tell you what he was doing? Yeah, of course. He messaged me on my Bloomberg terminal, and he was like, I'm gonna pump it. And I was like, pump what? And he was like, you know. And then he sent me a picture of a penis pump. Bloomberg has messaging. It's the only reason people pay for it. Bloomberg Turtle doesn't support memes. Watch the downside here, because this is I don't know. It might be recovering. It still looks like it's just gonna keep like melting up a little bit. 3805 is where the biggest like negative gamma was on the put side. So crossing this could be a little catalyzing, but still slow. We're gonna have to like grind through this resistance. Maybe 3808. We start to see a little more. Better. I think more bullish. Kind of is. Jesus fucking Christ. So be a downer, Dad. We running. I'm not trying to be a downer. I have 0 DTs that are up like fucking 600%. I don't want to. I don't want this shit to slip and burn my gains. Is this the Volmageddon squeeze? I mean, no, but it could be the beginnings of it. Come on, SPX, you can do it. Break 100 BPS. So close. I know, I've got 3 myself. Nice, man. Why is IV dropping? VIX is dropping? Yeah, so generally when the market moves up, the IV of calls drops. Not a lot, but a little bit. Fucking come on. I mean, yeah, if the SPX keeps pressuring everything that's being internalized right now, we'll probably see some steam get blown off. What's up, Dan for hire? How are weeklies looking if we hold this range into the end of day? Mine just went in the money. Pretty good. Hopefully Cenas is spicy. We'll see. Wait. Maybe we get a little momentum now. NVIDIA puts same like free money. I mean, I'd imagine NVIDIA is rising with the market, so. My November SPX 4000C is up 27%. I've got a stop set, but this is nerve wracking. What do I do with my hands? This is kind of nerve wracking. This melt up is weird as hell. It's either gonna break up when we get past this like negative gamma. I mean, we're still kind of getting pulled down by it. There's a lot of like negative gamma right here at 3805. So remember that that it almost acts like gravity, right? So under we're getting pulled up into it. Above it, we're getting pulled down towards it. We'll see. Yeah, I think the trend's starting to weaken though. I think we're gonna find some stability here. So less volume. We can still keep moving up, but less volume. At least for now. Curious about your calculus for November 18th. Since they're within the 30-day period of great data decay, you're planning on closing them out today. Maybe not. I mean, they're in the money, so the rate of decay is minimized. They're not very far in the money, but I think the market and CAC can go higher. Does CNS pump the market usually? It can. Market has a lot of failures every day, so it can cause some price movement. I punished myself earlier today for being a degen by cutting my 0DT SPY 380s at a bad loss, only to see that had I diamond handed them, they would be green. Fuck my life. Fair enough. That's, I mean, just, you gotta let that go. It happens. There was no guarantee of us pushing up hard earlier. Like, there wasn't really any indication of it, so we got that, like, midday update. I'm back. Are we back to the EMA 30? Yeah, no problem, Gloodmeister. I am one of those market failures. No, you're not, actual Dan. So you guys that are billionaires will know this probably already, but a lot of the times when I position options for swing plays, I position them so that the center strike or my midpoint will move into the money during the period of decay. So I'm usually betting that, you know, the price moves up above my central strike point in order to offset data decay in the upper range. That way I can sit with the position longer in case it hits my PT or moves higher than my PT. $38.05 now acting as a support. So now that we've crossed the gamma flip point, the market maker is buying into falling prices. So you have more downside stability. However, they're selling into rising prices, right? And so it's hard, like gains. I mean, you can see the effect right here, right? As soon as we cross the gamma flip point, right, then immediately volume tanks, right? But our downside becomes way more supportive, right? And upside moves become much smaller. So this is actually a really cool way to visualize this on the chart. So, you know, we see this big surge of volume right into that gamma flip point, and then after that, you know, all of a sudden, you know, our downside is much more minimal, but so is our upside as we like slowly melt up. No, I would stay the fuck away from VXX. I would, in the event of a crash, I wouldn't want exposure to ETNs at all. They're very very risky during like high volatility events. Well, popcorn trader, if you have 0 DTs, you can't hold them overnight. That's a little high for me. Can you explain how to calculate that option strike pricing? No. I can teach you how to fish, Bruce Wayne, but I'm not going to build you the fishing rod. Clarify about your midpoint swing strat. You set your mid a tad lower than necessary to get in the money, so the in the money price bump counters the theta negative price pressure. Yes. So the concentration of my strikes will generally be around where I set my midpoint for expected price action. I wrote picking. Option strike picking. Oh, it's not necessarily a calculation. It's usually based off of options positioning or uh, you know, my own estimation of an implied move. Sometimes I'm calculating it, but not always. You'll also notice that I buy a lot of offset strikes because moves through less popular strikes. So, you know, say you're looking at SPX, right? And, you know, options concentration is going to be at points like 3,800, 3,850, and then to a lesser degree in between, right? So, you know, you're going to have like these strikes, like 3,825 will have some, and then 3,850 will have a lot, right? And by picking strikes kind of in the middle, you guarantee that, you know, the market maker is going to move into the higher range, right? Because the market maker is gonna, their positioning is going to be dragged up or down to the higher concentration of like call or put delta, right? And so if you're kind of in the middle of that move, you know, your option will go in the money either way, right? Yeah, upstart earnings tomorrow. If aquarium shrimp eat biofilm, does that mean I can fill my mouth with tiny shrimp at night instead of having to floss asking for a friend? I I suppose you could. Wasn't there was like a there was like a algae or some shit, like a mouthwash they were developing that had an algae that dissolved biofilms or helped break them up. And they were trying to like make it, I don't know if they got like approved or whatever, but I remember reading a paper about it. I think there was some like pretty nasty side effects though, like The algae like to get real deep in your gum line and go after the good bacteria. I bought 50 of the November 18 Cat 225s. Very happy right now. Also, Zom 130. You're very welcome, Lawrence of Alabia. Congratulations. How is the shrimp in your mouth going to help your friend? Hmm? Oh, interesting. It's just like the flexibility you get sometimes. I mean, obviously you can't build up big positions there, but for smaller accounts, it's not bad. For bigger accounts, you need more confidence. You have to go with, more liquid strikes because of the spreads. But you don't get the joys of the little shrimps skittering around in there. But what if you swallow them and they skitter around inside you for a bit? How resistant are they to hydrochloric acid in an oxygen deprived environment? Probably pretty resistant. They're a crustacean. I just open my mouth and let the birds pick out meat bits from my teeth. Okay, Snow White. Alright. Now that we've consolidated a little bit, let me see how this is going. No, this might be the bottom. I think we're gonna hold 3806. This looks good. Bottom might be in. Cool. Still not stopped out yet. Calls on anaerobic bacteria. If there's high liquidity when you buy a strike, doesn't mean that it will stay liquid when the price of the underlying changes. That's true, but generally if there's high liquidity, it will. The thing you're discussing is generally more like not very high liquidity, but not very low. And liquidity on a strike is also relative to the rest of the chain. It was looking like a breakup. I don't know. I feel like I would prefer if it just touches a little further down, because I think we need to build a little more momentum to the upside, and a lower price would help that. I don't know if we'll get it, but a lower price would help that. Any chance of SPX 3850 tomorrow? I mean, with this run, yeah, absolutely. With this newfound floor on SPX, is overnight straddle less worthwhile now? A little bit, as long as we stay above the gamma flip point into close. I mean, there will be shorts will want to get us back below that and maintain the high volatility environment, because it benefits short sellers more. So this is a real like struggle, like positionally for bears versus bulls. Obviously bears want net negative gamma, bulls want net positive gamma because their downside's protected. No, I'm definitely going to straddle tonight, especially if we stay in this range. Taylor, the warrant calls benefit from increase in interest rates. Yeah. Puts on SVXY for a crash regarded. You gotta be careful trying to play the VIX for a crash. You need a very specific kind of crash for the VIX to be worthwhile. And this one could still be slow, right? I mean, all of the things we talk about could happen. right? Like, and create, like a financial crisis or a market failure. But there's also a lot of things they can do to prevent that from happening in advance. Yeah, VIX moved up on the rally. That's very interesting, by the way. That the VIX is moving uh, with positive correlation to the SPX. Is Jimmy likely to stay following SPX into tomorrow or get shorted to fuck? I think it could continue to follow SPX. I mean, they're gonna probably keep trying to short it, but if the market's rallying, it can prop up our price. It's protected our downside before. You were saying something about weird treasuries doing strange stuff. Yeah, the increase in yield curve on new treasury bills is uh making the market for vintage securities uh more and more illiquid. So as the yield rates increase or the yield curves increase on the new treasury bonds, the older treasury bonds become less desirable and less valuable. So it dries up liquidity in the markets for those and a lot of institutions are sitting on those 2010 5 and slightly older 2-year notes as their reserve of liquid capital. And now when approaching the market, it can be harder to find a buyer. But the government can step into that to some degree and ease the liquidity problems. Possible V puts for after the dividend. I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I think V's got some downside, but I'd be patient with it. V is very index exposed, so if you expect the indices to go up, you should be careful trying to short V. How is this even possible? Well, because positioning on the VIX is skewed and risk is mispriced, right? I'm watching the 2, the 5, and the 10 mostly. I'm not plugging anything Elon Musk has made into my brain. The treasury? You mean the reserve? Already injected liquidity since October? A little bit. Not sufficient amounts, but a little bit. They could come in with more, right? I mean, but that's quantitative easing. You get that, you get an even higher rise, right? Which puts, long volatility positions at even more risk. Right, so even if they step in with QE, the effect is similar, right? They'll just be able to cover their risk, but that's not going to stop primes from de-risking. Send me an article, Bruce. Do you think Fubo gets shorted into OPEX too? Probably. We got shorted quite a bit with like earnings and stuff as well. Was that part of the Inflation Reduction Bill? Because their hands are a little more tied when it comes to quantitative easing than the Fed. Fuck you, Tankerific. I mean, if you're not selling a lot of them, you can just go all in at one strike. All right, we're nearing the bottom of this drop. It's kind of fizzling out a bit. Cow is a force of nature. Can you legally marry a stock? No. But you can position yourself in a manner that it becomes far more important than your own wife. That sounds like something you could find in a book on economics, Stefan. Like just a economics, like a macroeconomics course book. So I said I thought that was the bottom of the drop. It's starting to look better now. I think Longside sufficiently recovered to to try to push above 3808 now. Too early for puts. I mean, you could start entering them, but you're gonna want a lot of theta on them. Sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Oh my god. I was just talking to myself. Well, just to the Discord, I guess. I didn't trick anybody and leave. I was still unmuted on the Discord. I just forgot to turn my camera and mic back on. I said that clearly not enough people are buying 0DTs with their MasterCards, which I thought was funny. I think I said something to Stefan too, but I don't know if you heard me or not. Jimmy puts or SLD and shorting before OPEC's a good idea? Not really. You could try, but ugh. It's just like not necessarily a lot of range, and into a rising market, maybe very little range at all. We might just stay kind of close to delta neutral. Oh, I don't use candles, Stefan. Yeah, I have other screens open. Not just the one you see. Like the Wizard of Oz. Also, to more accurately answer your question, magic, which I get from my crystal guy. You wouldn't know him, apparently. Did you reveal a bunch of trading secrets to Stefan when the volume was off? Yeah. Oh well. Stefan's gonna need to schedule another emergency low voltage shock therapy session after today. I say things and then the market does them. It's gonna drive him insane. So ready for the market to go Lorena Bobbitt and rip off Osinos. My nips get hard when Biden short circuits and stutters. Did neurofeedback lens is not shock therapy. Whatever. It's almost like you've watched the market every day for the last 10 years. 13. But yeah, pretty close. How do you know when SLD is? It's like reported? Timing out Kendra next time he types in chat. You got him. The off-screen talk reminds me of that scene from Wreck-It Ralph on How to Parenting. Don't explain it to me. I don't fucking care, Stefan. Vana. I will try to send you a Twitter link. That sounds like a great source of information. Thanks, Bruce. Nothing I love more than vetted and peer-reviewed data from Twitter. Jimmy Gamma Neutral is so low. It would be crazy if we hit that. You mean crazy bullish? It would be. Ew. Oh, my stops. Don't do it to me. The trend is dying. It doesn't have to be like this. Get more push. This isn't treasury liquidity, this is SPX liquidity. Also, clearly it was already wrong. We're way above 37.50. Can you send us the screens you really used to trade? No. Why are you so mean to Stefan? What did he ever do to you? I'm not very mean to Stefan, but I'm trying to encourage him to look shit up on his own and build his own, develop his own style of trading instead of trying to copy mine. He will not be able to, and it's a waste of his time. How much money did you have in the bank when you felt free, financially stable? I don't feel financially stable at all. I started trading with $25,000 in my trading account and like a year's salary saved up in case I sucked at it. I definitely didn't feel stable then. I don't feel stable now. I think the uncertainty always plagues you when you work for yourself, because ultimately any fuck ups are on you, right? You have to take the blame for when you mess up, and that's not easy to do. Thoughts on selling GME here for the week? Probably 27.50, 28. Makes sense to wait for a little IV bump tomorrow if we push up after open. Yeah, it could. It could make sense to wait a little bit. I'll probably sell some out of the money today. Probably not 27.50 or 28, maybe further out of the money. Do you think that's nonsense? I mean, it's not nonsense. It has nothing to do with treasury liquidity. It's S&P liquidity. That's fair, and I teach you what I think is materially relevant, and then the rest is up to you. Stefan is like Gurk's annoying younger brother who won't stop asking him to play action figures, while Gurk just wants to listen to Limp Bizkit and write angry poetry about his ex-girlfriend. It wasn't Kendra, don't worry about it. Fluffy just wanted to time you out. Fluffy times out everyone who says Biden or Trump. If you went all cash and kept your cost of living constant, how many years could you sit around and do nothing? 20 or 30, probably. I like the high cost of living. It keeps me motivated and ambitious. I don't want to live somewhere lame with shitty food and nothing to do. What if I want to do things? Or fucking, like, Montana. Move to Montana, live on 600 acres, and spend my time shooting guns at targets. Fucking, that sounds like the most boring shit in the world. Drinking beer? Ugh. Trumbama? I like to have my options open. I can't even imagine dating in Montana. I guess it's just whoever's available and nearby. Your Montana description is exactly what I want to do. Ugh. Let's move to Pennsylvania and become an Amish gay couple. Interesting. That could really upset their whole society. Especially if we strictly adhere to, you know, the lack of technology and don't overindulge in Rumspringa. I'll DM out a bit and see what he thinks, like if he has room in his community. Don't badmouth my retirement plans. They're awful. Just imagine, like, sure, day one, you're drunk, you're shooting your guns, you're having a good time. Day two, you're doing the same thing. Day three, you know, what the fuck are you doing with your life? No, I've been to Austin. I don't love it at all. The girl that kissed with a faint blonde mustache is originally from Montana. That explains it. You're so in love, man. You don't even know it. Did you sell Jimmy CC's yet, or still waiting and being patient? Still waiting, still being patient. That's when you start preparing for the winter. No, he likes the mustache. He doesn't want to wax it. He's realized that he's, in fact, bi-curious. Because it's not her that he enjoys, it's the mustache. It's pretty tinfoil hatty. I would agree with the range on SPX, but more due to positioning on the SPX than the liquidity levels of the Fed and Treasury. But he's definitely wrong about the upside. When was the last time you did something? I did stuff yesterday and on Saturday. I do stuff all the time. I don't like people or being around them, but that doesn't mean that I don't go around them. That's an assumption made by you guys. I know SPX is running. No, it's fair. I understand what he's getting at there. I just don't know if it's probably fine if you're setting up like long-term plays, but it's really, I feel like it's really ignorant of like a broad swath of other macroeconomic effects and the effect of large institutional positioning on the indices. No, Stefan, well, he's not my quant. It might be someone else's. I don't think that's what he did. Once you decide to sell Jimmy CC's, what expiry do you plan to target? I'll probably split it up between like the 11th and the 18th. That's fair, Smith 45 ACP. I wouldn't expect you to live anywhere without chickens. Good entry on Revlon here. Fuck off. You got censored. Elon Musk hasn't bought Ko-Fi yet. Montana, isn't that where Mr. Hands rose to fame? Fuck all to do there except drive the fuck out of there. Hey, Fluffy, Grover Cleveland. Oh, shit. Fluffy might ban you for that. Fluffy normally I get put in timeout when I don't eat my poutine fries. Norm makes me. I'm sorry if liking older, powerful men makes me produce thick, rich, white. Mustache rides for all if I become president. Jesus Christ. I gotta get to the end of it. Except Fluffiosa. You get Snickle Fritz. I'm not Googling that. Was the short on Upstart going to be less hard because they used all the shares on IBKR? They used all the shares on IBKR today. We'll see. Hopefully, you know, a good thing for you guys to pay attention to will be consistent increases in cost to borrow on all three of our current favorite meme stocks. I still don't know what that is. SPX gonna close at 38.20. SPX is having a tough time moving up beyond its current resistance. We'll see, but it's not maintaining a very strong trend right now. How explosive will our upside be when this 38.05 negative gamma capitulates? Not very explosive because of the nature of the gamma hedge flipping. That makes sense. Yeah, it does. It could give us a little boost. If we get capitulation in the short side, that'll add to the momentum, but momentum theoretically to the upside after this point should be weaker. It's just that the downside is also weaker, right? So lower volatility. And being in this environment for sustained periods of time should lead to a drop in the VIX. What kind of company is SPX? They're index options run by CBOE that track an index created by Standard & Poor. It was a joke. I didn't think it was. It was a bad joke. Why would we see increases in cost to borrow in our meme stocks? Don't they normally return shares before OPEX? No. OPEX is where they get the liquidity. Actually, right up into OPEX is when liquidity dries up the most. So liquidity reaches its lowest peaks moving into an OPEX covering. So when liquidity is bone dry, or synthetic sources of liquidity are bone dry, the only place left to turn is the borrowing pools. And so sustained increases, not just intraday, but sustained increases in cost to borrow would be very indicative and super bullish. What's the maximum price that GME can reach, in your opinion? Like right now? 32.57? 35.57. Sorry. Roughly. The fuck? You should rename the general chat to Standard and Poor. Might be enjoying some sort of stimulus, or you're just dog tired. I'm so unbelievably tired, and I have like 30 open contracts on SPX right now, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with them. I keep holding them, but I feel like it's a mistake. What's the current gamma max on SPX? 45.56. I can tell you definitively that SPX has never hit its gamma max. Or at least not this year. So you're telling me to go long CBOE? Interesting. It hasn't actually ripped up again. It's still trying to break away. Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin. Hey Gurk, been busy at work all day. Is this a dark pool dump on SPY or put capitulation? I looked at my SPY class and saw they were up. Thanks. No, it's just a bullish pressure pulling us up to the gamma flip point. We're seeing more leveraged long positioning on SPY starting to come in finally. I hope it continues. SPX one more leg up before the end of the day. Maybe. We're starting to get a little momentum. It's possible. I think this looks good. Although this momentum could just be to the downside. But I don't think it is. Come on, 38.12. B2 on the daily looks solid for swing trading. Thoughts? I've done that with a bunch. But now with, earnings improving, I'm kind of locked into the long-term potential for it. There might still be opportunities to swing it, but I don't know if I'm interested in them. Can we still see ouchie down-downs the rest of the week on GME? After the 10th, possibly, yeah. Remember that a rising market's going to stabilize our price action to some degree. Thoughts on a recession-proof strategy? Computer share? It's traded on the OTC though. Computer share was the real MOASS. Look at this shit. Bullish? Yeah. This must be when the slowdown in GRS occurred. Down 12% from its top and up 27% over the year. Fucking killing it. Good job, Super Stunk. Jimmy was the distraction. I wonder who's long on them. Oh, Redfin. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Are you just hoping they go out of business? It looks like they're going out of business. Rapidly. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really want to make that $3 extra. It'd be better if I... Doric, you know, it'd be way better if I do this. This is so much... Dicking around with this is so much more important than GME. Or watching the market right now. Oh, shit. Wow, is that since December? Asymmetric GME tails. I mean, GME's down 46.45%. Computer shares up 47.04%. Classy. Is that the swap? Did you see the whole FTX Binance stuff happening over the weekend? With like tokenized securities? No one cares. Those things are bullshit. Is that the god algo? Only down 45% on 4100s, 4100 gang, rise up. I'm here with you, bro. If only retail spent their money on shares instead of gambling it away in computer share fees. If only they gambled away on options. Gotten leverage. 1 second, I gotta take. What is Cat doing? A little sell off, maybe? CZ of Binance says FTX insolvent. Okay. COD just MOASS today from its bottom. I fucking love this stock. Citadel's not 100% owner of computer share. Although I do think they own some of it. The Ponzi's blowing up. Yeah, sounds about right. Still moderately stable. Holding November Cat overnight? I mean, yeah, I'm in the money. Why not? I don't care about like a little sell-off into close. Goodbye 500% up SPX calls. I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't hear no bell. Trend's dead. Good night, sweet prince. Crypto blowing up bad for GME? No, because GME doesn't make any money off crypto. Gherk, what doing with 4100 SPXWs? Bag holding them another day, I guess? A little less with fees, quick name. What's the SPY's range before CPI on Thursday? I mean, we could keep moving up tomorrow, especially if we hold the gamma flip through tonight. We can keep trending up to like 3850, even 3900. Once delta neutral positioning moves in a little harder, we'll stabilize, but I don't know where that range is going to be yet. We probably won't see a lot of that come in until Wednesday. CPI outcome guess. I would say probably somewhere between like 6.5 and 6.8. 6.5 would be pretty bullish. I don't think we'll see like 6.4. I don't think we'll see a big slide back. Pool. What? I was thinking low sevens. I don't know if it'll accelerate that much. That'd be crazy. You're holding on to your November 11 SPX calls. Yeah, for a couple more days. I'm probably going to hold them into the CPI, right? And then if they move into the money, I'll hold them into the CPI. My 3800s are already in the money. My 3850s are up a lot, but they're not in the money yet. So as long as the 3800s stay in the money, I'll hold on to them. The 3850s, we'll see what happens tomorrow. That's it. November 11th. I don't think I have November 11s. I have a couple. Most of my 3800s and 3850s are 1118. So yeah, I'll probably hold the 1111s overnight. The 1118s I'm going to hold into the CPI, and I'll hedge them moving into the data. Expectations for GME in November. I think we'll have maybe one more OPEX run this year. It looks good so far. Okay, well, the weakness in that trend broke down, so back up. Fuck. I would have expected the sell-off and it closed to be a little more persistent. Bullish, though. Yeah, the MM can create liquidity to hedge. But it's synthetic, right? So it has to be covered. That's why we have OPEX runs, is because eventually the usage of synthetic liquidity requires a move. It requires covering within a set period of time. You can only use so much synthetic liquidity before you have to cover it. I'm pretty bullish for November. I don't really see anything positive for December. At least not at this point. I'd be surprised if they could drag this out to December. That'd be, and it's already kind of hard for them to drag it out to November. What's the best scenario ever for GME? I don't know. All the longs recall their shares. What price could it reach if we get into that scenario? 10% above Gamma Max. I guess it could run higher if like 20% of the 20% short volume were cleared out. Maybe it could hit like 100. I doubt it, but it's possible, I guess. That's like a really extreme circumstance, though. I don't think we're gonna see anything like that. We see Upstart breaking 20 this week? I mean, it could if the market keeps pressuring it. No, probably next week. Inverse jokes aside, if you inverse Zip Trader, you never lose. I'm starting November 11th CSPs. At the money, have an IV of 258%. You know, the real best case scenario for GME is they build out their e-commerce platform, start pushing a positive EPS and expand their margins over the next 2 to 3 years while growing their e-commerce platform, and then the stock's just worth $100 a share, right? And trading at a multiple. That's the best case scenario. While swinging every quarter on 50% volatility spikes. Bad idea to swing GME 27Cs. Yeah, it doesn't seem great. The stock isn't worth $100 a share anymore. Truth state. That's not how splits work. It's worth $25 a share. There's just 4 times the number of shares now. Oh, okay. It's hard for me to tell sometimes, man. Bad idea to use a piece of hair you found as floss. I mean, do you need to floss? I have a sense of humor, but I also deal with like 200 to 300 actual idiots a day. So I got 600 people pretending to be idiots, and then 300 people who actually are idiots. And it's very hard for me to differentiate between the two. You halfway read my question and then answered another. What was your question? I'm starting November 11th. CSVs at the money have IV of 258%. How high do you think it can go? I mean, it could be higher tomorrow. I really want to sell some. I mean, the IV is not going to peak until after earnings, right? So, end of day tomorrow will probably be a little bit higher today. I think most of the IV is priced in already, but it could still move a little higher. Make white, not war. What if we're not sure about pretending or actual idiot? Well, that's why I try to answer everything so matter-of-factly, which makes people think I don't understand sarcasm. It's just that I can't tell if it's sarcasm or not 80% of the time. Just to clarify, I am an idiot. I'm not pretending. Better than people pretending to be smart. That usually leads to altercations. Yeah, it's very hard to read sarcasm through text. Did you sell CCs on Jimmy? No. You want me to? See if I can drop IV at the money by 30%. I don't know if Revlon's or I don't know if SPX is gonna hit 38.20 today. Did they FTD the FTDs? I think they just shorted the shit out of the covering. Frankly, there weren't a lot of them, but we had like 1.6 million volume by like 10:30. So the volume tracks roughly. It's roughly the same range of volume. As someone who's currently using all 3 brain cells shared by chat, I would just like to say thanks for putting up with all of us. 1K regards. Anytime, Thunder. That's why I use the font Sarcastica. Joke's on you. I'm an idiot who's acting like an idiot. Interesting. Why Fubo so barcodey at the end of the day today? Why would a stock with high volume only move 1 cent back and forth? High frequency trading. They really like liquid cheap stocks. Those are their favorite. Go look at Nokia on like the 1 minute. Thanks, guys. You think idiots will think meme stocks are back because DWAC and try to pull a quick one on GME this week? No. They'll just lose money on DWAC. I played Jimmy like a fiddle today. Don't ask me about the past 2 weeks. Alright, Popcorn Kernel. How do I become a member? I think there's like a thing at the bottom. Based on the unclassy behavior of some pigeon whales, motion to change the name from Pigeon Whales to Pretend Wealth. But they're not faking it. Or at least not faking the amount of money I care about. Ban whoever said that. I would, but then people walking by my office might think I'm getting off, which I am. Hazy lives under a bridge and was a pigeon whale. Make it make sense. Yeah, but now he's a paper-handed bitch. Is Cat gonna save the market? No. I'm faking it until Rev goes to 100. Oh boy. How about this? Borrow from a known user here and change Pigeon Whale to fiscal responsibility. Is Cat gonna save my port? It might. How's Pigeon Whale hate? It's making me sad. We just want to give white to everyone. The Pigeon Whales are universally loved and respected. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise, Kendra. I would know. I am one. What if Stefan was a pigeon whale? He would get the same amount of access he gets now. Except I'd mute him. Yeah, I think November OPEX looks okay. With the respect, the love, the universality. Yeah, but you know, my aristocracy. You always have a weird baron or count somewhere. Remember Caw? God. It's hard for me to ban a pigeon whale. Fiscally, it's irresponsible. No, Gamma Flip Point, come back. You're playing more than Jimmy on the next OPEX? Jimmy didn't run, but others did. Could be good to diversify. I mean, I'm in Fubo and Upstart also. Do pigeon whales swim or fly? Both. They have very smooth bodies, and you know, they're 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 very aerodynamic in the air, and they have less drag in the water. Of course they float. I sold Sava at the money CCs on the morning pump. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of you for capitalizing on the morning pump, but I'm disappointed that you own shares of Sava. Jewels, you stop dropping white all over my car. It's starting to take the paint off, and I got some in my mouth the other day. They don't mean it that way. I can't increase the price monthly. You know what's been the scariest thing in my investing lifetime? Watching the Senate Banking Committee ask stupider questions every session than the people in this chat. Buckled up, Jen. Oh, you gifted Turd a Cornichon membership. Welcome aboard, Turd. Nice hit. Thank you so much, Buckled Up, Jen. Don't worry, Turd's poor. So you hit it. You hit the nail right on the head. When SPX 2100? Oh, a little while. Ugh. How come I have... If you want free membership, Kendra, I'm not reading your chats anymore. That's the deal. I don't like the idea that you just entertained SPX 2100 as a possibility. Why? You know you have gay bears, but why not queer steers? Ding ding. And I feel like that's a missed opportunity on Wall Street Bet's part. BTU at $30. Yeah, BTU is making me a fat stack of cash right now. SS turned on Ortex. The pitchforks were out the second they arrived. SPX 2100, same like Rich. It could be. Well, we closed above the gamma flip point today, so that's pretty exciting. Caterpillar pushing up. GME and Upstart having a bit of a rougher day of it, but still ultimately closing higher than their lows. Hopefully this bullish positioning continues. I think it's a little long dated. We're not seeing too much capitulation in the long side. So I think we'll gain a little more strength and momentum to the upside over the next couple days before we see that kind of delta hedge come in and channel lock the SPX moving into the CPI print later this week. So tomorrow I still think we have a pretty good shot at some more upside. If I notice anything out of the ordinary tonight, I'll update everyone over on the Discord. But yeah, looks pretty good. You know, GME and Upstart likely to be shorted more. Well, Upstart after its earnings, GME after the 10th. Once that ETF liquidity comes back in, very similar to the way they're shorting Upstart now, we should see them start to short GME as well. But with the rising market, that could stabilize our prices in a slightly higher range, or at least make it more difficult for them to get us down to gamma neutral without spiking implied volatility, which they don't want to do. Remember that the goal isn't so much the price as it is to drop volatility, right? And if they can get the price in a range where the market maker hedge isn't going to create a lot of volatility for them, they don't really need to drop it lower per se. They just need to keep it there. And so that's where the advantage is, not in dropping the price. That's about it though, and yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow morning at well, probably sometime around market open. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.